Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are the Lions.
It is a steamy Friday night in downtown Cincinnati, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. It is Game 2 of this 4-game weekend series. The Atlanta Braves in town to take on the Cincinnati Reds. And hi again, everybody, alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Bramley and Jim Day. I'm Tom Brenneman, and delighted to have you with us on this Friday night. Turn the page on the last 6 days, Cowboy. The Reds need a win, and they've got the right guy on the mound to go get it. Matt Latos has been pitching very, very well.
I think the key word there, Tom, is pitching. Because when you look at Matt Latos from this year versus years past, this is a different Matt Latos. And there are not too many pitchers that can lose 3 or 4 miles an hour on the fastball and still be able to get swings like that. What Matt Latos is doing now, he is spotting the fastball, but he's using the breaking ball when he's ahead in the count. Almost pitching backwards, if you will.
Meanwhile, his mound opponent tonight is not having a particularly good year in left-hander Mike Minor, although his last start was a good one against Oakland.
I think, Tom, the big thing for Minor is when he gets in trouble, that's when the issues have happened. It's almost as though as long as the game is going along smoothly, he's totally fine. If he gets runners on base, that's when things start to crack.
Well, we'll see if this Reds offense can come alive here tonight and try and do some damage early in the game. The last couple of games, they've waited till later to get on the board. When we come back, Jim Day is going to visit with Joey Votto. He spoke with the media for the first time in quite some time and has plenty to say.
Brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good? It's Skyline time.
If you're headed down to the ball game tonight, I don't think you're going to see any rain. There could be a few isolated showers about the area early this evening. Temperature dropping from 82 to 80 down to 78 by the time you're headed home. And on a positive note, Skip Schumacher with a 0.00 ERA on the year. Come on, Skip. Put it down the middle. Oh, come on, Skip. Try it again. Try it. Oh, you still got that 0.0 ERA, Skip. One more. It's not going to last forever, Skip. Enjoy the game, everybody, on Fox Sports Ohio.
I'm sorry, Tim. That was an F8 fly out to center field, but we love you anyways. I'm Jim Day on the field, and the Reds are nearly whole as far as injuries go, but their biggest star, Joey Votto, continues to be out of the lineup with a leg injury. He is in the dugout for most home games. He has not been traveling with the team, but rehabbing hard. It's been a while since he's talked to the media, and we were able to talk to him to get an update on his progress.
Yeah, I've started swinging in the pool, and I started playing catch and doing some running, and then I have the daily rehab, so it's a full schedule. My goal is to be back as soon as possible. If tomorrow's that day, then I'm back tomorrow, but September 4th is that day, then I'll be back September 4th, but you know, I'm doing everything I can. I'm following the directions and doing all the rehab and trying to prepare so I can come back this year and play. We have a huge responsibility to perform. And, you know, if that requires me staying back and rehabbing as many hours as I'm rehabbing on a daily basis, then so be it. You know, I need to do whatever it takes to get back as quickly as possible. If that means making a sacrifice and not being a part of the team, then so be it. But at some point I'll be back with the team, and at some point I'll be competing and wearing that uniform again.
What would you want to say to the fans?
Well, have faith that that all I've ever done is tried to play well, play hard, and all I think about is playing healthy and being the best I can be. You know, I constantly strive for greatness. I strive for health. And, you know, one doesn't work without the other. And I can't play well and entertain the fans and be a part of a winning atmosphere without being healthy.
And Joey reiterated that he did not want to go on the disabled list at the time, but it was very obvious that his leg was bothering him to the point where, quite frankly, he was hurt in the lineup. And we wish him well. We hope he comes back in 2014, but if not, 100% healthy Joey Votto will certainly be welcome in spring training. Up next, Braves and Reds lineups and first pitch.
Under blue skies here in Cincinnati. It is certainly on the humid side tonight. Very warm, muggy day in Cincinnati. Freddie Gonzalez knows all about that. They get the same thing in Atlanta. He has his team a half game back in the National League wild card behind the Giants. And his lineup is presented tonight by Meyer. Hayward, Emilio Bonifacio, the former Cub. Very good success in his career against Reds pitching. Freddie Freeman will bat third. The red-eyed Justin Upton, followed by Chris Johnson and Tommy La Stella. And a ladder third of Simmons, Laird, and Minor. And on the mound, 4-3, making his 13th start. An ERA barely over 3 is right-hander Matt Latos.
Yeah, you look at those numbers, Tom, and the 21 walks. Well, that's normally what you're going to get from Latos. He's going to keep the walks down. But normally it's a strikeout per inning. This year it has not been that way. And I have full confidence that during the offseason, Latos will have time to build back up the arm strength, get the velocity back up. But I think it's amazing that he's able to go out and do what he's done and has really lost about 4 miles an hour on the fastball. He knows how to pitch.
So we are set to go. Jason Hayward, left-handed batting Atlanta right fielder, settles in, and the first pitch swung on and shot into left field. This one underway, and a base hit by Hayward on the game's first pitch of the night. Let's look at the Reds on defense, presented by your Ford dealers. Changes from last night. Ludwig out in left field. Frazier goes over to first base. Cozart back at shortstop, and Christopher Negron gets the nod at third. Showing bunt, pulling the bat away is the speedy Emilio Bonifacio, a 275 batter. He came over from the Cubs along with left-handed reliever James Russell right before the deadline. And Bonifacio, a guy that can play anywhere and everywhere. He's played in the infield, played everywhere in the outfield, so he's a valuable guy to have on your team. He's a lot like Martin Prado was when he played for the Atlanta Braves.
Probably even more versatile, because Bonifacio can play shortstop and play center field, and you not notice the difference from a defensive standpoint.
Over the screen and out of play, and Latos ahead quickly at 0-2. Hold to Frazier. They'll have to hurry to get Bonifacio, and they're able to do it. That's nicely done by Todd Frazier, starting the 3-6-3 double play.
It's a big time play from Frazier. He has to turn the opposite way that he does at third base. Nice little spot. And that's important, because this Braves lineup is top heavy. The majority of their offense comes from 1-2 Freeman, Upton.
So now Freeman with the bases empty and 2 away. Latos falls behind ball 1. And a big right-hander kicks and delivers. And it's taken on the outside corner. Well, I tell you, it is hard to argue with what Matt Latos has done since he put on a Cincinnati Reds uniform. This has turned out to be just an outstanding trade, and whether Latos is here for the long haul or not, that remains to be seen. His free agency comes up at the end of next season, so that's a ways down the road. But a 14-game winner last year with an ERA at 3.4, A season ago, a 14-game winner with an ERA of 3.1. And there's no doubt Cowboy would be knocking on the door right now at 14 or 15 wins had he pitched this entire year.
And what's amazing, too, Tom, is he's pitched phenomenal in this ballpark, in his own ballpark. And I still believe this is a hitter's ballpark, but he's turned it into a pitcher's ballpark when he's on the mound.
That's why we were talking the other night, even though it was a rare off night for Johnny Cueto, there has to be something said. You know, when you're talking about the National League Cy Young Award in virtually every category, Cueto and Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers are right there.
Right there
1,
together.
2, 2, 4, 1, 3, whatever the category may be, that's where they are among all pitchers in the National League. And a big part of that has to, I would think, factor in and where you're pitching the majority of your games being your home ballpark, as Freeman just bloops one into left field, a 2-out single. Cueto's career ERA in this ballpark is 3.1. Latos is less than that.
I think if you polled National League hitters, they would much rather hit at Great American Ballpark than Dodger Stadium. At nighttime at Dodger Stadium, that ball goes nowhere unless you just tag it.
And not only that, when you look at the rest of the division which you're pitching in,
it's pitcher's division.
You know, outside of mile high altitude, and we know it is a different game there. There's no debate about that. But Arizona is more than a fair ballpark. Doesn't lean really one way or the other. It's fair. One of the most fair parks in baseball.
You have a place to pitch to when you're on the mound. At right center field, you can stay there and you're okay.
But when you go to San Diego and San Francisco,
you can pitch anywhere in that ballpark.
Better believe it.
Just throw strikes, partner. And they don't have to be down. They can be belt high strikes.
Latos has fallen behind the hottest hitter, most productive hitter in all the National League right now, and that is Justin Upton. Upton with a 12-game hitting streak. During the streak, he's knocked in 17 runs. And Latos able to pick that one cleanly, and the inning is over. The Braves get a couple of hits and leave a man. Mike Minor faces a Redlegs in the last of the first when we return. Comes to an end, which stands at 6. His starting lineup, presented by Meyer, reads as follows: Hamilton, Frazier, Phillips, Mesoraco in a cleanup spot, Jay Bruce down to the 5-hole, and Ryan Ludwig in left field. Negron, Cozart, and Latos facing 5-game winner against 8-game loser left-hander Mike Minor.
You look at the strikeout numbers for Minor, and you think this guy's numbers should be a lot better than what they are. But as we were saying, or as I was saying earlier, it's all about pitching with runners on base, and he's had a difficult time with that this year. Sometimes you just have to trust your stuff, make your pitches, don't try to overthrow.
You were saying in between innings, it is hard to believe Minor when you look at last year. He made 32 starts and his ERA right at 3.2. He won 13 games. So, you know, when you look at his numbers and to see that earned run average starts with a number 5, it's hard to believe. Although, you know, when you go back and you look at his minor league career, the numbers are really not all that impressive. He came to the big leagues in 2011. ERA a little bit over 4. His first full year in the big leagues, 12. There's nothing wrong with that. Fractionally over 4, an 11-game winner as a rookie pitcher. It's pretty good. He's battled through some injuries.
You're talking about a guy that had 181 strikeouts last year. He's got 101 now. So he has strikeout stuff.
Hamilton, a first pitch swinger. And just like that, 1 pitch and 1 out for Billy Hamilton. Take a look at Atlanta on defense, presented by your Ford dealers. Bonifacio will man center, flanked by Upton and Hayward. That's Justin Upton. Simmons and La Stella up the middle. Johnson and Freeman on the corners. A battery of Mike Minor and Gerald Lader. We understand we may be joined shortly here tonight in the booth by Major League Baseball Commissioner Alan Bud Selig. At least that's what we're told. He was in town today for the official grand opening of the Major League Baseball Urban Youth Academy here in Cincinnati, only the 4th in the United States of America, and stayed here for the game tonight. Understand he made himself available for all the Reds employees after the event today, and a number of the employees in kind of a Q&A, you know, just a soft, sort of intimate gathering. They said it could not have been a better time spent with the outgoing commissioner, Bud Selig. This is it for him.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? Even as a player, there's just that little bit of uncomfortable feeling when the commissioner that's been there for so long, and now it's going to change.
Rob Manfred, of course, will take over. Bud Selig has been a commissioner of baseball since 1992, and when he took the job, I don't think he would have ever imagined that he would still be commissioner in the year of our Lord 2014.
I don't either. I mean, when he came in, it was just basically as an interim. They had to have a commissioner at the time. Done a great job.
He really has. He's done a fabulous job. And he was never afraid to think out of the box and make bold moves that people initially were against, whether it was realigning the divisions. He went through a pair of Major League Baseball expansions. Of course, trying to rid the game of performance-enhancing drugs, and all along was extremely firm on wanting to get rid of it. Now, there are those that'll say, wait a minute now. It was going on, you know, before you were there and everybody looked the other way. Look, that's old news. The bottom line is, since he's become the man in charge, he has led the charge to try and rid the game of it.
Cleaned it up. I think one of the best jobs that he has done is getting the 30 owners to agree at any point in time.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get 30 people to agree in a room. You've done a great job.
And there's been labor peace ever since the strike of '94. Commissioner was devastated by that cancellation of the World Series that year. A lot of us are, and a lot of us were.
Some of us still are.
2 down, nobody on. 1 and 2 on Brandon Phillips. We're in the bottom of the 1st inning. And the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll keep you up to date on some other teams involved in pennant races. We know the Cubs beat the Baltimore Orioles earlier today. 4-1. Cubs are playing pretty well right now. They'll be in town starting on Tuesday. Cardinals already out to a 3-0 lead in Philadelphia, and an excellent series begins tonight in D.C. The Giants taking on the Washington Nationals, who have ripped off 10 straight wins.
That could be quite interesting.
There's so many themes in that series. Not only everything as far as the Giants leading the wild card by a half game, but Matt Williams was a Giant through and through until he wound up for a short time with Cleveland and ultimately in Arizona. Yeah.
A couple of pretty good pitching staffs as well.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Brandon. And Minor. It's Phillips on a ground ball to short. 3 of them in the inning for Andrelton Simmons. And the Reds are gone in order. End of 1 and no score. The National League wild card, and boy, it is tight. Giants 1 game better than Atlanta. Pirates 2.5 back. They're back in action tonight. They have really been scuffling. They're playing in Milwaukee, so that's a big series. And look what a 500 team and the prospects they have. Just 500. You're 4 back.
Hey, Miami's been scrappy. We felt that scrap when we were down in Miami. They played awfully well.
Now Latos allowed a pair of hits in the first inning, but no damage done. He got a ground ball double play off the bat of Bonifacio. Unretired Justin Upton on a comebacker to the mound, ending the inning. So we get a look at Chris Johnson, Tommy La Stella, and Andrelton Simmons here in inning number 2 of a scoreless game. Johnson at .273 has 9 home runs, has 55 runs batted in. And Latos ahead at 0-2.
Well, those first 2 pitches were right on the edge. You don't even want to swing at those if you're a hitter until you have to.
Now, Cowboy, would you suspect, and we have seen games where Latos' fastball has been right around where it was last year. You know, moments in games where he's throwing 93, 94 when he really needs a little extra. But most of the time he's pitching around 91. I don't think anybody looks at Latos as ever being a flamethrower, but he throws hard. Do you think that has to do the sometimes lack of velocity from the surgery he had during the offseason, and then the knee to go along with it?
No doubt. I think it's the shortened rehab process, the shortened offseason because of the surgeries. I think a full offseason and being able to rehab in a normal way without having to rush back, he'll be right back in his normal self.
That one is swung on and fouled out of play. Well, just announced to a very nice reception on the scoreboard here a moment ago, and we were hoping we'd have a chance to visit with the commissioner of baseball, Mr. Alan Bud Selig. Where did Bud come from?
Well, actually, it's an easy story. My mother brought me home from the hospital a long time ago, 80 years ago, and she said to my brother, I have one older brother, well, you now have a buddy, and I became Bud or Buddy.
No kidding.
And that was it.
You know, I read a story.
So it's no more complicated than that.
I read a story, Mr. Selig, about your mother, and if I'm not mistaken, if I remember the article, her name was Marie. Is
That's
that right?
right.
Okay,
Boy,
and she was an immigrant, I think from the Ukraine.
That's right.
Became a school teacher.
Okay,
now, if I remember correctly, she was the one that actually got you interested in baseball.
No doubt about it. My father was a fan only because my mother was a huge fan. From the time I was 2 or 3, my mother was always listening to ball games, started taking me to ball games, the old Milwaukee Brewers, a AAA franchise, the American Association. And later on, 14 and 15, I'd go to New York, and my mother would take me to New York, and she's the one that made me a fan.
And then you become the commissioner of baseball.
Well, that's right. I don't think she envisioned that at the time, I'll tell you that.
Now, when you were the owner of the Milwaukee Brewers, did you ever envision having the title of commissioner?
No, Jeff. I mean, it honestly never crossed my mind. In fact, when I became the acting commissioner in '92 and was really the commissioner, we were in St. Louis when it happened. Flew home because Robin Yount was going for his 3,000 hit, and I wasn't going to miss that after all those years. And 3 people came with me: Dr. Bobby Brown, Tommy Werner, who owned San Diego, and George W. Bush, who didn't want to go to the party, and so they came and we saw Yount. And I got off the plane, and my wife said to me, I hadn't called her because I really didn't know what to tell her, to be perfectly honest with you. What does this mean, buddy? I said, nothing. It's 2 to 4 months. Don't worry about it. I'll be done.
Yeah.
And here we are 23 years later. So
that's
as much as I can tell you.
Well, I'll tell you this, from a player's perspective, you have made this game so much better than what it was when I first broke in. And I mean that from my heart.
I know. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, the thing I miss the most, people always ask me, what did you miss? Because after all those years running the Brewers, and that's what I miss. I had a very close relationship with my players.
I know you did.
I'm very, very close. And with the manager and general manager and all our front office people. I hold the whole Reds front office today. That's the one thing I missed. And one thing about it, though, you learn about the business and you really understand. And it's the one thing that was a little different, me becoming commissioner from the other people I had, because in the end, I consider myself a baseball man. That's what I am.
Would you ever think about buying a team again, Mr. Selig?
No. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Tom. I'm going to teach at 2 or 3 universities. I'm going to write a book, and just I'm looking forward to that. I really do. No, that day is coming past, and I loved it. Listen, I used to live and die with my team every day, every inning, every ball and strike. In fact, Robin Yount was kidding me the other day. He'd watch me pay. You remember the loads we had in Saudi Stadium? We both do. Sure. And in the 8th and 9th inning, I'd be pacing, and he says the faster the pacing got, the more nervous everybody got. Thinking, oh, he is really all worked up today.
What a guy he is, Robin Yount. We just saw him recently. We were out in Arizona, 2-2 on La Stella, and there's a bouncer handled by the shortstop Kozar. Today was a very special day. Commissioner, when you came in, you had so many things that had to get cleaned up first. We knew about the labor strife. We knew about all the things that were going on, and you attacked that and expansion, another round of that, and I could go on and the wild card, and not afraid. I was saying before you came up here, you never stop thinking out of the box, and that's what this game needed, and you brought so much of that. Another big part of what you wanted to do was get back involved in baseball for kids in the inner city, and today must have been a magical day.
You know, it was interesting. When I got there, I didn't really know quite what to expect. I knew what they were doing, but I hadn't seen the facility. I got there today, I was stunned. It is so beautiful, and so what the Reds and everybody have done there, I told Bob Castellanos, they ought to be so proud of themselves, really proud of themselves. You looked at all these kids there who are going to get a chance that they never would have gotten.
Yeah, that's right.
Now think about that. They get a chance to play.
Well, the ball fell in, a little miscommunication there, and a runner standing at second base with 2 outs in the inning. Go ahead, please.
Joe Morgan was saying last night,
seen all
above and beyond what he thought it was going to be. And I guess he saw the original plans, and the Reds just took it to a whole different level.
No question. I mean, they really did. It's a beautiful facility, 3 fields, softball field, indoor facility. Kids can play all winter long.
My son just went to camp there last week.
Is that
It's
right?
a great place.
Oh, I'm so proud of them. You know, I keep saying that baseball is a social institution with important social responsibilities. And if today didn't prove it, nothing ever will.
It is.
Everybody in Cincinnati ought to be so proud of that. Great story.
Kids watch us play as well as adults, and we have a responsibility on that, that field to give back.
Well, you know, Commissioner, Joe Morgan said last night, though, he said, look, he said, I give the commissioner all the credit in the world, because when we first started talking about this idea, he said he was the first guy, meaning you, that said, I'm on board. And then when you hung up the phone, you know how it goes. Sometimes you hang up, somebody says, yeah, we're going to do this, and then, you remind them about it 2 years later.
Right.
He didn't need to do that with you, he said last night.
No, because I believe that. I think we are a social institution. We do have important responsibility. And to reach out, just think what that's going to do for the kids in this area. It's just tremendous. So, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. And a day like this makes it easy to be the commissioner of baseball, because I'm really proud. I really am proud of it.
On the field, you feel your greatest accomplishment was a wild card?
The greatest accomplishment, Tom, I would say to you, is the economics of changing everything. That's why we have more competitive balance than ever before. You look today, Milwaukee's in first place, Kansas City's in first place, Oakland has been teams that 10, 15 years ago didn't have no chance. They had no chance, and everybody, we didn't say it, but you all knew it, and so the economic changes. But you know, when we went to the wild card, did it in Boston, September of '93, you would have thought, and I'm not joking, that I defiled motherhood. I mean, mad, people angry, he's ruining the game, you can't do this. And it's worked out great. The second wild card is working out even better.
Sure is. Sure is. You think you're going to miss it, the job?
I don't know. You know, Tom, that's a great question. I haven't thought a lot about it because we're so busy. In December and January, I think I've been a baseball man all my life, all my adult life, and but I am going to teach, and as I say, and write a book, and so I'll be kept busy. I'll tell you what I'll miss. I told the front office this today. I'll miss the people. I love baseball people. I love just being around. I love spending a day like I did today. With Joe Morgan and I sitting and talking. And it's I've been lucky. It's a great part of the career, and I love the people in it. And but it was, there's a time to come in life and there's a time to go, and I just judge this like that because I do want to teach and I do want to write a book and I want to do it well I can.
Well, we're very proud of what you've done.
Well, thank you.
For sure.
Thank you. I want to get the Reds winning again too.
Well, you're not
so
alone.
I know that.
You know how it goes. It's hard to watch sometimes, Commissioner, when your team's not playing so well.
I know. You know, Tom, Jeff, I want to say this to you. There were weeks I learned early in my career that weeks that you'd think you'd never win another game, and then there are weeks you think you'd never lose another game. And my friend Bart Giamatti used to say baseball is a metaphor for life. And you do have your ups and downs. So believe me, I've been through this. I know.
Mike, can we get a commitment from you that you're going to come back at least for the All-Star game next year?
I'm sure that I will.
Okay.
Haven't given the game to Cincinnati. I'm sure I will.
All right. Well, thank you for letting us have
Pleasure.
the game. And
Wonderful.
Commissioner, you've done an unbelievable job.
Pleasure to be with you, Tom.
Always a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Great to
My
see
pleasure,
you.
Jeff.
Thank
nice
you,
to
sir.
see you.
Good to see you.
Bud
Take care of
Selig, kind enough to stop in the broadcast booth. Has had a very, very busy day here today over at the launching of the MLB Urban Youth Academy here in Cincinnati over off Seymour Avenue. And as he mentioned, we mentioned he had time to spend with all the Reds employees today. Then here at the ballpark tonight, having a chance to see people in and around the ballpark. And time to stop up here and say hello to us. So we appreciate it.
You know, it's amazing just the word that he used, the economics of the game, when you asked him about his greatest accomplishment. And it's not just about the Yankees and the Dodgers and the big payrolls or the big payroll teams that have improved their attendance and their economics. It's throughout baseball. And that in itself is what has allowed those teams to compete.
Meanwhile, Cowboy, Matt Latos, you know, the one thing he will get irritated out there on the mound, and clearly he was upset with the home plate umpire when he walked the pitcher there a moment ago, Mike Minor. And now a cross up with his catcher, and he's fallen behind 2-0 with the bases loaded after the misplayed ball. This inning should have been long over.
Got to have a short memory out there on the mound.
And now the 2-0 on Hayward is in there a strike. You know, there might be people out there that are fans of Bud Selig or not fans. You know what? Everybody's entitled to opinion. Bud Selig's a good man.
There's no doubt about it.
And he loves baseball. Like he said, that's all he's known his whole adult life.
I think you can go back all the way back to the Robin Younts and the guys that played for him in Milwaukee. They will tell you that.
There's no question.
And I think that's his greatest compliment. Your players say, I love playing for that man.
3-2 on Hayward. This should have been about a 12-pitch inning for Matt Latos. The next pitch will be his 30th pitch of the inning. And it's 3-2 with the bases loaded and 2 out. Hayward waits. Latos to the plate. Broken bat goes flying in the stands. That's a final out, and good Lord willing, everybody's okay in the seats. I mean, the head of that bat came flying into the stands, and everybody A-okay. MLB.com's easy and free game beat the streak. Pick players to get hits in 57 straight games. You could become a millionaire. Play MLB.com beat the streak tonight. And you still have time. There are a number of games that don't get started for a while. We've told you before, you cannot pick players off of teams whose games have already started, even if they don't have an at bat yet. So, you know, you might be looking out there and you're thinking, okay, let's see here. Tigers are playing tonight. They got some cat named Cabrera on that team.
They got B-Mart too.
Right. You got the Diamondbacks. They got a guy named oh no, I'm sorry. What am I thinking about? He's hurt. Then you got Pirates. Andrew McCutcheon's back.
Jose Abreu for the Chicago White Sox.
Yes. A reminder, coming up later tonight, we'll have our Miller Time moment brought to you by Miller Lite. We are scoreless here in the bottom half of the second inning. Mesoraco, Bruce, and Ludwig due up for the Redlegs after going down 1-2-3 in the first against left-hander Mike Minor.
Let's see if the Reds can try somebody besides the shortstop. He's pretty good.
All three ground balls in that first inning hit at Simmons. Mesoraco, 20 home runs, 63 runs batted in. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Devin Mesoraco. Trying to snap out of a lengthy slump himself. 1 hit in his last 24 at bats. Well, they tried somebody else, but fielded cleanly by Johnson. 1 gone. You know, it's not like the Braves have been setting the world on fire. This has been, if not the streakiest team, they have been one of the streakiest teams in all of Major League Baseball.
Very mercurial. Up, down, up, down.
You know, they went on a road trip a couple of weeks ago. They did not win a game. They went 0-8, and they scored a total of 18 runs. Then they're coming back home to play the Nationals, first place team in their division. They beat them 2 out of 3. They got kicked around by the Dodgers, but then the Oakland Athletics came to town, and it wasn't like they were starting to get on any kind of a run. And they swept the Oakland A's. Then they take care of the Pirates 2 out of 3. So all of that adds up to lately winning 6 of 7. But they still lost 19 of their last 22. And they're 3 games under 500 since the All-Star break. It just goes to show you with a wild card. Had the Reds just hovered within 4 or 5 games under 500 rather than the way they have played since a break, which, as we know, has just been atrocious. It's 10-23 as Bruce is out on strikes. They would be within a game or 2 of the wild card lead.
When you have the extra 2 playoff spots, now granted, it's going to end up being a 1-game playoff, but you remember back to the Cardinal year, they jumped right in that thing and just took off.
Sure.
The key is playing good enough baseball throughout the year where you get to the month of September and you give yourself a shot to get in. Now, granted, injuries play a big part of that. The Reds have had certainly their share of those.
Oh boy, and then some. 2 down for Ryan Ludwig. It's in the air to right. This will be back-to-back perfect innings for Minor. We're on our way to the 3rd. No score in Great American Ballpark.
I have to do, in the end, train to do way back when and today, to always do what I think, I'm going to be very careful the way I say, is in the best interest of this sport. That's all that transcends everything else. There's nothing else that matters.
And that is Commissioner Bud Selig. I am Jim Day. He met with the media prior to tonight's game and was asked many questions about the reinstatement of Pete Rose. And he said many things. He said it's under advisement. It's inappropriate for him to say anything more right now. He's got months to think about it before he leaves the office in January. One thing he did say, a sport without integrity is not a sport. He was also asked about Pete Rose's all-star participation next year here in Cincinnati. And he said anything that has to do with the history of a team he's very sensitive to. So if Bob Castellini calls him and asks, they will certainly talk about it, but leaning perhaps towards letting Pete Rose take part in some way. But he did not come out and flat out say Pete Rose will be involved in the All-Star festivities next year. So really, in the end, nothing new on the Pete Rose front. Stay tuned. He's in the office until January. He talked about many things, guys, replay, speeding up the game, etc. So perhaps we'll get into that in a little bit.
We'll look forward to hearing more. 0-1 on Emilio Bonifacio. No score in the game. We're in the top of the third inning. Bonifacio bounced into a double play on a ground ball to that guy right there. That went Frazier to Cozart, back to Frazier in the first inning. 1 away. I think it's safe to say, Jeff, and you and I had a chance, of course, to visit with Mr. Selig. And have known him for a long time. Both of us have. He will go down as one of the best, if not the best, commissioners in the history of baseball.
I would agree.
Line to the right field. That'll be a 1-out hit by Freeman, his second hit of the night.
And as soon as we say that, the detractors will say, well, what about 94? Hey, that goes both ways. That's on the players as much as it is on the owners and the commissioner. Sometimes folks just don't get along.
And the other part of it you have to remember about then is he took that job, as he said himself here a minute ago, in '92 is strictly on an interim basis.
Right.
So even though he knew what the issues were as a team owner, I bet you if we were to ask him, when did you realize you were going to be the guy that was going to have to attack that whole labor issue? They just ran out of time. That one hooked into left field. It's not justifying it. It was a dark day for baseball, one of the darkest ever. Had not had a World Series canceled.
But I think that everybody, if you're a human being, you know that somewhere along the line you've run into a wall and you've made a mistake. It's how you handle running into that wall or making that mistake that really defines you. And you look from '94 to now, I don't think the game has ever been better. And that's a credit to Commissioner Selig.
5 hits in the game against Latos in just 2 1/3 innings, but no runs. And trying to keep it that way as he faces now Chris Johnson. Johnson grounded out to Brandon Phillips, his first time up. Broken back. Johnson looking for a new piece of lumber, and it's 0-2.
You look at these first couple of innings, Tom, now coming into the third. More times you have to wiggle out of jams like Latos is in now. It takes its toll on your body. I can remember Davey Johnson saying, hey, that third time you got to get out of a jam in a ball game, we're starting that bullpen. And it's just, it drives you down. So you hope that Latos can get out of this, get a 3-up, 3-down inning, maybe in the next inning, and kind of smooth things out.
Ahead of Johnson and 0-2, 2 on and 1 out. And airstrike. Holy Moses. Latos wondering where that missed.
He's had a few pitches tonight that have been, they looked, I should say, very, very close.
One ball, 2 strikes on Johnson. Freeman the runner at second. Upton with a 13-game hitting streak now at first, and that one is into left field, a base hit. They're going to hold Freeman. 3 singles to load the bases here in the Atlanta 3rd inning with 1 out.
Tom, I can remember being told as a very young player coming up, not only do you study the scouting report of your opposition, the hitters that you're going to face, but you better know the strike zone of the umpire. You better know what his tendencies are. And if you don't know that, then you didn't do your homework. Strike zone by the book is all the same. We're talking about human beings behind the dish, and that's what makes our game unique.
All right, Lostella, the second baseman, grounded out to the shortstop, his only time up. Latos had bases loaded, 2 outs in the second inning, got a ground ball to end the inning off the bat of Jason Hayward. And now looking for a ground ball right at one of his middle infielders to try and wiggle out of this 3rd. Diving play by Cozart. There's one, and that's all they're going to get. But what an effort by Cozart to keep it at just 1 run. That ball shoots into left field. That's an easy 2-0 lead.
Well, we've seen Zach Cozart all year long, and he continues to impress. I mean, that was a rocket. Now, most shortstops, that ball's into left field.
Lato certainly appreciating it. Looking over at Cozart, giving him a nod and making sure that Cozart is ready to go after that diving play. 1-0 Atlanta here in the 3rd inning. They're on the corners, 2 out. And Andrelton Simmons, the batter, he hit the fly ball into left field. That should have been the 3rd out of the inning. I mean, it didn't get any easier than that. And Hamilton and Ludwig were both standing there looking at one another. And a ball fell in. That's fouled away. Nice play by the ball boy down there. Hands it off to the youngster right next to him.
Stood up and snagged it.
It's big league. Big league. Look at it. Very nonchalant. And nothing to it.
Hey, I got this.
Look at that little guy.
I got it.
Little guy's happy. Good stuff there.
Yeah, you talk about that little kid sitting right next to the ball boy. Nobody forgets about the first ball they get at a big league game.
Doubt about it.
And you look at it and you're like, oh, man, that is sweet. Feel the seams, Mama.
Look at that kid. That smile hadn't left his face.
It may not leave for a week.
I mean, both rows of teeth we're looking at there. It's so big. Yeah, that guy.
Gave me that ball.
All of his buddies checking him out on TV right now. All the guys from the neighborhood. Two and one to Simmons. Runners at first and third. And time called and granted by the home plate umpire, Scott Barry. Three singles and then a hard hit ball brings in a run. And Phillips to his left. That will end the inning. A run on 3 hits and 2 left. The Braves after 2.5 with a 1-0 advantage. players for serious injuries. On 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Look at the Braves against the National League Central this year. We have everybody else there. NL East, they played very well inside their division, especially against the team they're chasing, the Washington Nationals. Really struggled against the teams out west, but look at that record against the Central. Pretty doggone good. And they won the opener here last night. They're in front 1-0 in game 2 tonight. Reds will have ladder third in their batting order. Christopher Negron, Zach Cozart, Matt Latos against Mike Minor. Reds looking for their first base runner of the night. That is a fair ball. And Laird rips away the mask, picks it up, and throws out Christopher, one away.
Well, so far, this ball game has gone right down Mike Minor's alley. You and I were talking earlier. Pitches very well. Nobody on. He's just cruising right along.
I mean, you look this year, the league is batting over 300 against Minor. 304. Those aren't very good numbers against this left-hander. Couple of home runs. And hit that ball off the end of the bat. 1-1 strike to Zach Cozart. Straight up into the air, and Simmons, a shortstop, backpedals to the outfield grass. 8 up and 8 down for Minor. Jim Day downstairs. I'm looking forward to hearing more from Jim Day about his conversation with Joey Votto today. Perhaps we'll check in with Big Jim Day in the fourth inning. He looks very busy down there right now. Standing right alongside the Reds dugout. What are you doing down there, by the way?
Well, Tom, I pick my own highlights for the post-game show, and I text them to Matt Sigafus, who, as we've said many times, dials up those highlights.
Yes, he does.
So I'm in the process of picking and writing them down so I can bring the most comprehensive highlights to Reds country.
So you really are working hard when it looks like you're not.
I wouldn't say working hard. I talk for a living.
You're paying attention.
Oh, absolutely.
You have to pay attention.
I'll score every at bat.
Right.
Got to pay attention down here.
Think
You'll
about
get your
that.
head
Jim
taken.
Day basically has his scorebook on the field. It's basically laying on the field.
Well, it's kind of laying on the edge here. Now you're going to get me in trouble.
No, but you know what I'm saying.
I know.
Field
Oh, yeah.
level.
Oh, yeah. I'm into it, man.
I didn't realize he scored the game while he was down there. I figured
Well,
he
of
was
course,
just fluttering around.
on Reds Live, he's up in the sports condominium. There's a tapper, and Minor has time. They throw out Latos. 9 up, 9 down. We'll hear more from Jim Day when we come back. No score, 1-0 Atlanta. I beg your pardon, at the end of 3.
hashtag battle against Fox Sports South to see which region has the best baseball fans. Show your Reds pride on Twitter and use the hashtag RedsOnFS1. I'm Jim Day. What a 24-hour period it's been for Cincinnati, and it started last night with our Reds Community Fund telethon. You out there in Reds country, you exceeded all expectations. We raised over $45,000, which is going to go directly to support the P&G Reds Urban Youth Academy, and they had the ribbon cutting ceremony on that this morning. And I tell you what, this is going to be a monumental day. And not only Reds history, but the city's history, because this is going to go so far with the outreach programs. Joey Votto was there, Jay Bruce was there, Brandon Phillips, the commissioner, the great Frank Robinson was there, the great Joe Morgan was there. There's the ribbon cutting ceremony. It's a $7 million facility for outdoor fields, over a 33,000 square foot indoor facility, batting cages. There's also some educational and vocational parts of the program. It's just a terrific thing going forward. And guys, I was there this morning, and one of the most moving moments was when Joe Morgan talked, and he said the first Urban Academy happened in Compton, California, and he was so proud to be out there. And at the end he said, now I can say that there's a Urban Youth Academy in my town. And his voice broke up when he said it, and then it went to flat out tears when at the end of the ceremony they revealed that the road that leads into the Urban Youth Academy is going to be Joe Morgan Way. And I got to tell you, it just brought tears to his eyes, and you could tell the pride in Joe Morgan, because no one fought for that academy more than he did. It was a great moment.
And speaking of Joe Morgan, Jim, thanks so much for that. Joe Morgan has, asked that he come back and join us in the booth here tonight. And I'll let him do all the talking, but he was so moved, as Jim just pointed out, by everything that happened today, that he just wanted to say thanks to everybody. So we always tell Joe he's got carte blanche in here anytime he wants anywhere.
Hey, come have my seat. I'll stand up.
So we're looking forward to having him back over here in a little while.
Joe gets it.
No doubt about it.
Hall of Fame player, but realizes what it took to get there and how important it is and what kind of influence that importance has on the kids that are all over, not just here in Cincinnati, but all over the country.
Two and two on Gerald Laird, the Atlanta catcher. Braves with a 1-0 lead. They have 6 hits. They have 8 base runners in this game through 3 innings against Matt Latos, but he's been battling. Only the 1 run allowed so far tonight. But really, that's Latos' MO. I mean, he is uber competitive. Jeff, I know I speak for you when I say this. Both of us have really enjoyed watching him pitch for this team. Speaking of Joe Morgan, we were just bad-mouthing him up one side, down the other. What, are you accusing me of being the one to bad-mouth you? You said Brantley would never do that. You're accusing me of doing that? Is that what you're saying?
But if your dad was here, I know who was leading the charge.
Jim Day was just telling a story. Hall of Famer Joe Morgan stopping by the broadcast booth. And as we said a minute ago, he has carte blanche anytime he wants. He knows that. But congratulations today. Jim Day was telling the story about how truly moved you were today.
Yeah. Well, as you know, and Jeff knows me, if I'm passionate about something, it's very important to me. And it's very emotional for me today. The opening of the Urban Academy, which is something that I've strived for 15 years ago to start, Major League Baseball putting some academies in America. And now this is the 4th one. And like I said today, all the other ones are great, but this one is mine. This is in our city. This is where I am. So it was very emotional for me. And then on top of that, for them to name it, the entrance Joe Morgan Way. And I had no idea. No one else did either, I guess. But I'm very humble, and that's why I really wanted to come on tonight, just to tell you and people how humble I am.
Bruce going to run this down. Let's take a look at the unveiling today that took place over off of Seymour Avenue, and well, a little clunker there. Brandon Phillips messing that thing. I know he doesn't, but you still don't know yet, right?
No, I can't see that. I'm sitting up there. I can't see that, and obviously, you know, your dad knows me well, and he knew I was going to be emotional about it. So, you know, yeah, it was very, very emotional for me, and you know, I couldn't say anything then. That's why I wanted to say thank you now. So
you deserve it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We all say thank you.
Well, you know, we thank each other.
All of us here. I mean, you know, and all. Yeah. You know, I was starting to say a minute ago. We might get to the third out. You can stick around.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know, and you know this. I'm not telling you anything you don't know already. What you're doing for so many kids who, there's a real good chance that if you walk through that academy tomorrow, and you know, I don't mean this disrespectfully, right. There are a lot of kids that aren't old enough now that remembered watching you play. They can know Joe Morgan is a Hall of Famer, but you're doing this for kids that really may now have any idea who you are, and that speaks as to what you're doing.
Well, that's not what it's all about, right. As you know. It's just to give them the opportunity.
How about that guy?
He's amazing, isn't he?
He really is.
I mean, left, right, in, out, up, and down. He just makes them every play.
Oh, you can hang around.
Yeah, I can.
Right, we'd love to have you. Out here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. You just told a great story in between. You got to tell that to the folks at home. That was good stuff about your sport coat today.
Yeah, well, you know, in every sport coat or suit I have a handkerchief in it. And yesterday I went out to my dealership, Joe Morgan Honda. I went out there and grabbed a sport coat, and it didn't have a handkerchief in it. And then, you know, I reach in there when I started feeling the tears coming, no handkerchief, you know, and then all of a sudden all I can do is this.
The day you need it.
The day that I need it. But every other jacket I have, I guarantee it has a handkerchief
like
in it.
trying to find a cab in New York City. Exactly. When you really need it, it ain't there.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the Reds, you know, we want to start before we go any further. Is there anything else you want to talk about from today? Because
well, you know what? Yes, it is.
Please do. That's why I want to.
And I mean this. I want to commend the commissioner. I know, you know, he's not the most popular guy here in Cincinnati, you know, because of Pete and whatever. But I want to commend him because, you know, this wouldn't have been possible to build it on the scale that we built it if he would not have given us some extra money. We got more money than anybody else, okay? I picked up the phone, I called him, he and Frank Robbins. I said, guys, we need a little bit more because we want to build this indoor facility so that they can use it all year round, and we need a little more money. And you know what? And I mean this. I didn't have to beg. I didn't have to give up my next born or whatever. They said, okay. And so I want to commend him, you know, for that. And the fact today he spent a lot of time with staff here, you know, Q&A, and a lot of those people got a chance to know him a little bit better. I've known him all these years, and I've always felt like I could pick up the phone and call him, whether with a complaint or with a compliment. And we've had that kind of relationship. So I want to commend him for being here today and for us being able to build the kind of facility that we built.
Well, he said the same thing when he was here about you. We were talking when he stopped up in the booth here in the second inning tonight, was talking about, your involvement right from the get-go.
Yeah.
One away in the inning.
Joe, if every professional athlete had your heart, not only would the games be better, but our world would be a better place.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment. I mean it. And I appreciate that. I think that's the whole point with me. I'm humbled by all these things. Charlie Frank, Mr. Castellini, everybody gives me the credit, for this facility. First of all, when I got back here 5 years ago, it was already on the drawing board. Now, if I did anything, I helped, expedite. I pushed. But they were going to get this done, whether Joe Morgan did it or not. It might have taken longer. But, and I accept the fact that I did help. But, this was a team effort. It really was.
You're a Hall of Famer, Joe.
Yeah.
You're an everyday name here in Cincinnati. That push helps.
Yeah, well,
and it makes a difference.
Yeah. No, I agree, but I like I said, I feel a little uncomfortable sometimes.
I know you don't want to take it.
Yeah, because like I said, if I wasn't here, they were still going to get it done.
That's what makes you special.
Yeah. Thank you. Now let's get some runs.
I want to ask you because we wanted you had even said it last night that I started to ask you a little bit about the team, and you said I had some thoughts about kind of what might be going on, and we just didn't have enough time. There was a lot happening last night trying to raise money for the P&G Urban Youth Academy during our telethon last night. State of the team, you walk down there and talk to players. You feel like guys are hanging in there and grinding right now?
Oh, I think they are. I mean, when I walked out of I went in the clubhouse today, of course, and when I was on my way out, Todd Frazier, he said, Joe, we're not out of this. All we need to do is win 5 or 6 games in a row. And I said, yeah, and we need to start tonight. And that's the kind of, the energy that I got from the guys. Look, we've all played. Jeff has played, and you played sports. You've been around sports all your life. It has to come from here. I mean, all this stuff, we're not hitting right now. We're not doing so. We got to find another way to will ourselves into winning a ball game. Whether we win that game 1-0, 10-9, or whatever, we need the will to win this game. And I think once we do that, I think, it's like that snowball rolling down the hill. I like to think if we can win 6 games in a row, we'll be right back in this thing.
Comes from the heart.
Definitely.
Well, we just showed a moment ago that if somehow, some way you did win 6 games in a row, you've got a team that would put the Reds at 500.
Right.
There is a team in the Miami Marlins right now that is a 500 team, and they're only 3 games out of the wild card.
Look, I have to say this. They've waited for us. Now it's up to us to take advantage of it. I mean, you think about St. Louis, you think about, St. Louis at the beginning was a big favorite. They lost 3 of their starting pitchers or whatever. Everybody else has kind of waited for us, and the only team that's taking advantage of it is Milwaukee.
That ball in the air got a little bit off the end of the bat, looked like up here, and that'll be a fly ball for the second out of the inning. When you look, though, at some of the young guys, and you mentioned Frazier, and he's still a young guy, second full year in the big leagues. Mesoraco, first full year in the big leagues. Billy Hamilton, first full year in the big leagues. And you know all about leadership. Do you feel like those guys are starting to really become more assertive in that kind of role?
I think they will. I think Frazier's already there. I think Mesoraco's going to be. Billy's going to be a leader by example. I really believe that, Todd Frazier is one of those guys that'll get in your face. And I don't care what anybody says, you need guys like that on the team.
Yes, you do. And that's his personality.
Thank you.
And it's not a bad thing.
No, that's what I said. That's a compliment.
It's his competitive edge.
Yeah, that competitiveness. So I think he will. Mesoraco is going to grow into that, but I think he is not there yet because this is his first full year of playing. Todd at least hasn't,
On the ground to short, and that will end the inning.
Hey, I can go. You can kick me out of here if you want me to.
We can hang out with Joe Morgan.
You can kick me out of here if you want to.
Something to drink for crying out loud.
All right, you can hang out of here if you want to. Because you know what? I haven't done this in a while with you guys.
Good.
It's fun.
The grand opening festivities at the Urban Youth Academy. Hal McCoy has more on what Joey Votto said in his comments to the media yesterday. And you can swing on over to the Game Day Live page and ask Hal all about it. It's brought to you by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Drive safe, spend less. Hall of Famer Joe Morgan with us here. And, of course, they named the entrance off of Seymour Avenue, coming right there into the P&G Major League Baseball Urban Youth Academy. Was it Way? Joe Morgan Way.
Yes.
You like that better than Boulevard?
I like
Road,
that.
Or what do you like?
Yeah, I like that.
The Joe Morgan Way.
Yeah, I like that.
Did they have a little thing on the side that was flipping like that?
Had a wing on it. How did that happen?
I don't.
Come on.
The wing, you mean?
Yeah. How did that ever happen?
Well, it's actually a really pretty good story.
Well, let's hear it.
All right. I was a rookie in Houston. In Houston, remember, that was the first year of the Astrodome.
Right.
It was the biggest ballpark in the world.
Yes, it
and
was.
And straightaway right field, not right center, straightaway right field was 390 feet. And I had this 389-foot fly ball down to the tee. I'm not kidding you. We played a 3-game series. I would hit at least 2 balls that they'd back up right there to the wall and catch it. So Nellie Fox, who I idolized as a kid, you know, and I think I've told you guys this story. He and Jackie Robinson, I idolized those 2 guys. And when I got to Houston as a rookie, Nellie Fox was a player coach. I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. I mean, this is the greatest. And he and I became very close friends. And so he said to me one day, he said, we got to get the ball out of the air. And all of you play, we all play golf, and you keep this elbow in, and that gets the ball in the air. So I had a bad habit of, here, my first move was there. And so he said, we got to stop that. So in batting practice that night, I did this to remind myself, just to get it away from, my body. I got 3 hits. And the next day I got 2 hits. Really?
That's a baseball player.
Yeah. And you know what? After that, I wasn't even aware that I was doing it, because some guys, announcers, would say if he does it more than 3 times, he's nervous. Well, I don't know. I wasn't aware of how many times I did it. But that's a true story. That 389-foot fly ball caused the flap. Oh yeah.
There were a lot of kids in America that knew you did it, and they did it too.
Oh, you better believe it. I can't believe I've never heard that story.
It's the true story. I thought I told you before.
390 feet
straight away. No, straight away right field.
Oh, straight away. I mean,
down the line was 348 with a 20-foot wall or something.
Yeah, that Astrodome was.
Yeah, that was the biggest ballpark in the world at the time.
Really fun to pitch in.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they said the guy, Joe, and obviously you had home runs taken away there early in your career when it was out of the reach of Big Run. But they say another fellow who, of course, from Cincinnati.
Oh, man.
Nobody had more home runs taken away than the toy cannon.
And it was unbelievable how the power that he possessed. I mean, he could hit the ball out of the Astrodome. I'm serious, just like it was this ballpark. He had 37 home runs one year. He and Hank Aaron were like tied the last day. And he didn't hit one. I think Hank hit one. But Hank said, I consider Jimmy Wynn the home run champion because of where he plays. I mean, he was the only guy that could hit the ball out of that ballpark consistently. He swung at 36-36. I'll tell you that.
Oh, man.
36-inch, 36-ounce.
They don't even make those anymore.
No, exactly. Yeah. What was it, Tony Gwynn at 29 ounces?
You hand that to a hitter today, they'll hand it back to you. Shave that baby down.
Yeah.
I was curious to hear, I'm sure you read the comments by Joey Votto yesterday, you know, saying to people, and clearly he said it with no, you know, anger in his voice, never raised his voice level, but clearly, you know, he felt it was something he had to get off of his chest, that, hey, look, I'm injured.
Yeah.
I don't want to be injured, but I'm injured. What did you think of those comments?
Well, the toughest thing for a fan to understand is if you look at Joey Votto, you see him walking around, looks like this big, strong athlete, and it's hard for you to imagine that he can be injured. You know, if you just look at him and watch it, walk around the clubhouse. But, you know, there's this old saying, I can play with pain, but I can't play with an injury. And Joey says, and he knows, and the doctors know, he is clearly injured in his mind, so he can't play. You can play with pain.
Line driving to left off the bat of Freeman. That kid can hit. Every time he makes contact, it seems to be a rocket. When you look, you know, right now, Joe, you know, you talked about finding a way to win today, and his club winning today. Would that be the only message if they asked you to come down and talk to the team, and you would say to them?
Yeah, I would probably have to think a little bit more about it and how I would say it. I think the one thing that I have when I talk to, whether it be a hitter or pitcher, whatever, I've got the experience of experiencing the bad things that have happened and some good. I mean, I went over for 35 once. You know what I mean? And luckily, on the 36th at bat, I hit a home run off Nolan Ryan and beat him 1-0. You know what I mean? So I'll always remember that. But I went over 35. So everything wasn't always good. So when I talk to players who are struggling, I can identify with where they are. When I talk to, if I was to talk to the team, I can identify with where they are right now. You know, remember, I was in Houston before I came to Cincinnati.
Yeah, I know.
And we were trying to stay out of last place. We were trying to beat the Mets, stay out of last place. So I've experienced both sides of the coin, which I think makes me appreciate.
Well, that is ruled a fair ball up the third base line off the bat of Justin Upton.
Well, didn't they touch it?
And Upton is on his way all the way to third with a 2-out triple. And Brian Price immediately springs out of the Reds' first base side dugout. And I would imagine that he wants them to have a look at this.
I thought someone touched the ball.
A fan touched it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know if it's a fair ball either, but, well, maybe he didn't.
Well, it sure didn't look like it went over the bag fair.
I'm not sure that one is.
I don't know if you can review that.
Yeah, because it's on this side of the bag.
Ball's hooking all the way off the bat.
Now, you're only allowed a challenge on a fair or foul in outfield only. Once it's gotten beyond the bag, and whether it hit the line or on either side of the line, whatever the case may be. Now, perhaps they are talking about whether a fan touched it, we would make it a ground rule double. You like replay?
Some of it.
Exactly.
I think they have a lot of refining to do. I think the most horrible decision I saw was there was a force out at the plate. The guy steps on the plate and they say he was blocking the plate because he was there before the ball got there.
They've got to get that one fixed.
They've got to get those things fixed. So I do like it. I think it's good for the fans. I think it's going to be good going forward because in the past, remember, any controversial play they couldn't show on the scoreboard. Now the fans in the ballpark get the opportunity to see the same things that the fans at home get to see on their television.
And when you and I were playing, they could never show any kind of play on the board because they didn't want to embarrass the umpires and didn't want to create havoc at the stadium.
This is interesting. They did say that he did hit. They're saying that he touched it. So he goes to second base. Or is he going to leave him at third? Now, see, because I think I've gotten away from the rule book because I don't broadcast anymore because I used to read it every year. I think that he can still say that he was going to he could make third base. I think that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. He was going to make third whether the guy touched it or not.
And I'm sure that's what Brian is talking about right now, because it ends up being a judgment call in the umpires.
See, it's funny you say that, because I always thought my interpretation of the rule book, and I've wondered this for years, about balls that are called ground rule doubles in the outfield.
Yeah.
Tell me, am I wrong in my interpretation of the way I read it, where an umpire could say the guy was going to score anyway?
Yeah, well, I think they have at their discretion if the guy touches it, but I don't think if it bounces over, I think it's only 2 bases. But if a guy touches it down the line, they can say that he was, like you're saying, they can say he was going to score anyway, so they can give it to him. I'm still trying to make sure it went over the corner of the bag.
I'm with you. Well, they're going to leave Upton at third base.
Yeah, so he's saying that he was going to make third anyway. He did put his hands up together, which meant the guy touched it. He did say that.
All right, so 2 down and a 1-0 Atlanta lead. That's their 7th hit. And this is Chris Johnson, ball 1 low and away. You were starting to talk about, though, after you went 0 for 35 and you've been on bad teams, and some of the things that you can relate to what the Reds are going through right now.
Yes. And I think Jeff kind of put it in perspective. We were talking in between innings. Everybody wants to be the guy that helps the team get out of this slump. Everybody wants to do that. So it puts a little more pressure on each at bat, each pitch, if you're a pitcher. But it's hard. It's that chicken or the egg. You got to be able to relax and just play your game. But how do you do that? It's hard to do.
You have to control that adrenaline animal, because it is going to come, and it's going to come hard.
And there's nothing, really, it's very difficult. But what I usually think happens, 2 or 3 guys are the ones that are going to have to, calm down. Let's regroup and go get it. I don't think you can get 9 guys to do it. But you can get 2 or 3 guys to do it.
Swing and a miss and out of the inning. I tell you what, Latos has really battled here tonight. He clearly is out there with less than his best. He's given up 7 hits, but only 1 run. Well, you have anything to do, or you just lounging? You going to dinner? You
Hey, man, I don't want to interfere. You guys, look, I listen. Are we still on the air? I listen.
$4 for $48 ticket offer. The Reds and the Braves. You buy 4 tickets, $48 total, and you receive 4 $5 Cervati vouchers. That's a total of $20 towards any order at Cervati Pastry Shop in Delhi. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or log on to Reds.com/4for48. If a Red, and this is one guy capable of doing it, Jay Bruce, were to hit one off that Toyota sign out by the PNC Power Stacks, Bobby Helby Jr. of Fort Wright, Kentucky will win the new Tundra. And you can register for your chance to win an upcoming game. Stop by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. 1-0 game. 1-1 to Jay Bruce.
I don't know if you wouldn't have seen it. When we came back from the All-Star game, we're in New York. I was at home watching on television. And I couldn't get our feed. I got a Yankee feed. And Paul O'Neill was the announcer. And he made an interesting comment about Jay Bruce. And I don't know if we can show it, but what he showed, we always talk as hitters, we talk about the front side, keeping the front side in, keeping the bat back. He showed something that was a little different at the time. I haven't noticed it as much with Jay. All right, watch his right hip. He was showing his right buttocks almost. It was turning out before his hips started out.
He was opening before the ball ever got there.
Well, we always thought about, okay, if I keep my front side in, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Well, what he really showed on that film, let me see if I can see it here. What he really showed was that, see that front side go, see that hip, his behind goes first, not necessarily your hips. You lose your power. Thank you. But you leave that front. Like I said, I was always taught keep the front side in, blah, 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 and let it go. What he was talking about is that front. See how his behind, I don't want to, for lack of a better word, is going before the hips are going. I mean, it's only a split second, but that's what throws your timing off as a hitter sometimes.
It's the same thing with a pitcher, Joe. When you're on the mound and they say throw the ball down and away, you want to open that front shoulder in a hurry to get it over there, and the ball flies up and in.
Right.
The longer you keep it closed, the better you can drive it down and away.
And I saw Paul O'Neill. We were working out together. He, out at Beacon, we were out working out, and and I asked him. I said I thought that was great because I'd been taught about the front side, not about the behind. And he said, yeah, well, and he noticed that. And I asked him, I said, did you have a chance to talk to Jay and explain to him what you saw or whatever? And he said he had not had a real good chance to do that. So it was kind of interesting. And I didn't want to run to Jay and say, hey, man, one at bat, I saw this, you know what I mean? So I didn't say anything to him about that. But I thought it was very interesting that Paul O'Neill, who is, one of the really good hitters, he noticed that. And again, I've always been talked about the front side, never about your behind.
Would you have ever thought when you watched O'Neill play that he was going to turn out to be the hitter that he became?
No. I think a lot of things happened for him in New York, kind of like things happened for me here in Cincinnati. He went there, and the tradition, the history of the Yankees. Like I came here, the history of the Reds, the tradition, the Pete Roses, all the Frank Robinsons, all these guys. You want to live up to what they did. Now, I think Paul O'Neill became an excellent hitter in that he didn't try to hit everything in the short right field fence there, in Yankee Stadium. That's the biggest problem left-handed hitters have going to Yankee Stadium. They're going to hit that wall every time, that porch every time. But he became a good hitter, led the league in hitting. I mean, he became, but you're right, I didn't think so. But as I watched him grow with the Yankees, I mean, he was one heck of a player. One heck of a player.
And I think Paul would tell you, once you see that short porch in right field, you don't feel like you have to swing so hard or create so much power because all right, if I get it, it's going out anyway.
Yeah, but
so
guys
don't overswing.
But do they think that way?
The visitors do not.
Yeah, right.
Visitors do not.
Just think about when guys go to Boston. They see that short wall over there in Boston.
They will see how far they can hit it.
Exactly. Yeah, so it is. Look, hitting, I always say that hitting is the most difficult thing to do, but there are certain fundamentals that you can adhere to, and then all you got to do is execute. That's my philosophy on hitting. And I had a great conversation with Rod Carew the other night. I talk to guys all the time. And Rod and I were talking about some of these things and what he sees with some of the hitters and et cetera.
Well, what a hitter he was.
Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. So it was interesting. We used to say Rod Carew could catch the ball on the bat and throw it where he wanted it to go.
But as you know, Joe, players are very sensitive.
Yes.
When things are not going their way.
I know. That's what I said. It's a whole different thing, you know. The game, look, the game doesn't change, only the people that play the game change. You know what I mean? And this is the same 1, 2, 3 outs that, you know, the Big Red Machine
Let me ask you this. When you were playing with a Big Red Machine, and I think for the younger fan, it's hard to put it in context about what players you would have on your team to assemble that team now. I mean, you're talking about arguably the greatest catcher of all time, the greatest second baseman of all time, the greatest utility player of all time, and Pete, because he never had a set. And I could go on and on and on. But the point I'm making is, and the question I'm ultimately getting at, based on what you just said, is, do you think guys, when you played, even though they were the great stars of the game, yourself included, were more approachable players for input than now?
Well, I don't like to compare those guys against my guys, but I'll answer it this way. Our guys were very approachable. I mean, very. I mean,
to help.
To help. I mean, when I played, even guys on the other team, you know, Willie Mays would give me a tip. I had to play left field for a while. Willie Mays, you know, gave me a tip. You know, one of the things I found out, and you'll be shocked at this, I asked Rod Carew, I asked Tony Gwynn, and they were still playing when they were still playing. And I asked them, I said, do the young guys come to you guys and, you know, ask for tips? And they said no. Now that's the first time inkling I had of anything like that. I was shocked. I said, you mean you're one of the greatest hitters ever and they don't come talk to you about hitting? And they said, no, Joe. Both of them gave me the same answer.
You know, the thing about that, Joe, is you can always listen.
Right.
And you don't have to do everything that Hall of Famer gives you or that certain hitter, pitcher gives you. But you may pick one thing out of there that helps you. I mean, that's a life lesson. No, that's not just a baseball lesson. That's a life lesson.
You may pick one thing out that makes you better. I'll give you an example. Frank Robinson was here today.
Swing and a miss, strike 3 to Cozart. They'll put the exclamation point on that, and Joe Morgan will share that story with Frank Robinson, unless he's got something to do. You know, again, I don't want to cramp his style. Brought to you by JTM Food Group. Let's create great dishes together. My Toyota. For over 30 Toyota offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Game for the save on Wing Tuesdays at B-Dub. Specially priced all day. Buffalo Wild Wings, Wings Beer Sports. And brought to you by Kingsford Charcoal. Slow down and grill.
Let me tell you my Frank Robinson story. When you're talking about one little thing might help change, you know, the way you think or hit. Frank Robinson was talking one time, and I was a rookie. Frank Robinson said, always look for the fastball and hit it back through the middle. He said, and you can always then adjust to the breaking ball or the off-speed pitch. He said if you're looking for the off-speed pitch and it bounces, you're going to swing at it. So you always look for the fastball. And if I told you how many times that helped me in my career, where if the guy's got to throw me a curveball, no, he throws a fastball. But because of Frank's tip, I'm hitting the fastball.
And I know that you shared that with Dusty Baker, because that's what he used as a hitting tip to our guys out in San Francisco the entire time.
Well, I talked to him about it. Look, one of the great things, and I tell people all the time, when I talk to you about hitting, it's not Joe Morgan, really, because I wasn't a great hitter, okay? When I talk to you, I'm giving you things I learned from Ted Williams. I sat for hours up at the Hall of Fame talking to Ted Williams. Can you imagine that?
No, I can't.
Yeah, what I did every year.
That one cut off by Ludwig. That'll be a single for La Stella. I mean, what moments those must have been.
Oh, it was unbelievable for me. And then I talked to all the great hitters, you know, that have played, the Hank Aaron's and I watched, and the Pete Roses, all the guys who are great hitters. I've talked to all of them. And that's how I formulate what happens, you know, for me. And that's what I'm passing along. I'm not really passing along Joe Morgan, because I wasn't. But I tell you this, if I knew all the things I know now about hitting that I learned talking to Ted Williams and those guys, I'd have hit a lot better.
You got it.
Yeah. But, I mean, Ted Williams would talk to you, and all you had to do was say, Ted, is the swing this way or that? That's all you had to do.
All right, then let me ask you, I'm going to jump in right now. Young player watching right now. All the guys you've talked to, and you just named some of the biggest names in the history of American sports, not only baseball. First and second and nobody out. If you were to give the young hitter right now 2 or 3 things right off the bat, this is what you got to start with, they would be what?
Well, I think, remember I told you there's some fundamentals. Then it's about execution. For me, in talking to Ted Williams, Rod Carew, Pete Rose, all the great hitters I just mentioned, the first thing you do is you step away from your hands. You do not take your hands with you. You step away from your hands. The second thing is to make sure you pick the ball up out of the pitcher's hand as quickly as possible, so you can recognize where the pitcher's going to end up. When you see guys swinging balls 10 feet in front of the plate, they couldn't have seen the ball. They weren't watching.
They're not finding the release point.
They're not finding the release point. Exactly. So, to me, keeping the hands, stepping away from the hands, keeping them back, and find the release point. Those are the first 2 things. Now, the third thing for me is I'd say hit everything hard back through the middle. You're not going to. You're going to hit some. You're going to be late. Hit some balls to left field. You're going to be a little early on the breaking ball. You pull the ball.
And you're going to catch some cookies too.
But the key is I'm going to keep everything back through the middle. That would be the 3 things I would tell somebody. And again, you know, those are the fundamentals. It's harder to execute because hitting a baseball is very difficult to do.
And people would say, well, that's so simple. Well, why can't they do it?
Yeah.
It's all about mindset.
Mindset and execution.
I want to step away from one of those for a minute.
Okay.
And really zero in. The part about the pitcher's release.
Yeah. All right. Here's what happens. Let's say Matt Latos. I would be looking at you. Where do you find the ball? I picked this shoulder right here, his right shoulder, because and that's where I find the ball. As soon as he releases it, I'm on that line with that shoulder. The shoulder's not going to be down here and he's throwing like this. It's going to be on the same plane.
So when he's going into his windup, rather than you trying to.
Well, when he's in his windup, I'm not looking at it, because then you can't get focused on one thing while he's winding up. I give an example. Again, I talked to Tony Gwynn. Tony Gwynn used to look at the C on it. Yeah, and right there.
Latos thought about it, lost his footing, and he's taking down and looking at the ground. Hopefully Latos is all right. He appears to be okay, although his body got twisted around after his foot slipped a little bit here.
It looked like he was going to second base, and he just didn't quite have enough behind him.
The actual problem is they were calling third. They wanted him to go to third, and because he didn't have a shot at second actually, but they wanted him to go to third.
Now Jeff Pico going to come out for a quick visit. You have a decision of whether to pitch to the left-handed batting Hayward. You have switch hitting Bonifacio in the on-deck circle, and you've had great success against him tonight. Hayward has 1 base hit. You were starting to talk about, okay, we were zeroing in on picking the ball up, and you said Tony Gwynn looked at the logo.
He looked at the logo. and then moved over. I mean, you know, as the pitcher was starting to release it, he moved from the logo over there. The point is, you can't watch the pitcher and is rocking it. If he was rocking in a windup, you get mesmerized. You'll get exactly. You get fooled. So you don't watch that. You only try to pick the ball up when he releases it. That also helps you with the changeup. It keeps you from jumping on the changeup because you're not looking at his motion. You're looking at the release point. So, you know, like I said, these things sound simple, and they are simple, but the execution of these things are not simple. That's where the problem comes in. Because if you're standing there and I say, okay, I'm going to pick the ball up out of his hand, and he throws me a fastball and I can't catch up with it, well, guess what? The next time I'm going to start a little sooner. You see what I mean? So it is a little different.
Well, they are going to at least pitch to Hayward in this situation with a base open. We mentioned it's not like you have a right-handed batter in the on-deck circle. And it's strike one to Hayward.
Well, these are decisions that managers make, you know, throughout the course of the season. And, you know, even if Hayward gets a hit, doesn't mean it was the wrong choice or vice versa. You know, I mean, sometimes things happen. But you have to make those decisions.
And it may have been a point for Jeff Pico where he asked Matt Latos, who are you most comfortable with here?
Exactly. Good point.
0-1 to Hayward. And a fastball misses in. A ball and a strike. You know, you told me, and I almost fell out of my chair, and I've had you rib the engineer when the tape recorder went haywire, because I had you on tape saying it about 15-20 years ago when you were a broadcaster over at ESPN for all those years, and you know, all the talk about one day you becoming a manager, a general manager, and you said, you know what, I think it's time for me to think about becoming a manager. I almost fell out of my chair.
Yeah.
Do you look back on it now and say you wish you would have? Not that it's too late to do it.
No, yeah, it's too late.
All right, it's too late.
But you know what? I look back on it, and I'm going to be blunt with you. I think I made the right decisions. I actually went to sleep once as a manager, and I woke up the next day, Jeff, and I said, are you crazy? I really did. I mean, I went to sleep one time as the manager of the Houston Astros because they asked me to do it, and I said, you know what, I'm going to do that. And, man, I woke up the next day, I said, are you crazy? You know, and later on I had some other, you know, inquiries and offers and stuff, but I've always been business oriented. And
little bleeder, and Brandon gonna get it. How about Brandon Phillips? That's a Brandon Phillips we missed for a month and a half right there. Now, could you have gotten this?
No. I'm not going to. Hey, I might have been playing different spot.
That's wide receiver stuff right there.
Yeah.
on your favorite mobile phone or a tablet. It's what Joe Morgan does when he's back at his home. Download on the App Store. Visit Reds.com today. This will be, without a doubt, our John Morrell play of the game. Brandon Phillips 2-on in a 1-0 game. And how about this?
That's a fantastic play. Hey, Jeff was saying, you know, it's like a wide receiver. I said, yeah, but they didn't have a defensive back end ready to hit it. But that's what you miss, like you say, when Brandon Phillips is not in the lineup.
Joe, he makes it look easy, but you know how difficult that play is.
Yes.
Well, Matt Latos, I mean, he gave you all he had tonight. And I guarantee he'll be the first to tell you, look, I've gone out there with a lot better stuff than that. But at the end of the day, it gives you an idea of just how competitive Matt Latos is. And we have seen that since the day he put on a Reds uniform. He gives up 9 hits, 2 other base runners, 11 base runners in 6 innings, and only 1 of them scores.
Stranded 9. That's amazing.
You guys are looking at that, but I have to tell you, I'm looking at the other side of the ledger. We don't have a hit yet.
No, we do not.
And we're in the 6th inning.
Then you have Ramon Santiago batting for Latos. Joe, you were starting to talk about, you know, I asked you about the decision of having never been a major league manager, because there were a lot of teams that wanted you to be their manager.
You know, the only 2 people I think in the world I disappointed was my dad and Sparky Anderson, and they were the 2 most important men ever in my life. They both wanted me to manage, but I've always wanted to have a business that I could pass along to my kids.
But still without a hit. Temporary shortstop.
And I think you've known I've owned the Coors distributorship, I've owned Wendy's, and now I have the, Morgan Honda. I've always wanted that, and I've always enjoyed business. You know, I majored in business at the first part of my college career, and then I changed to PE so I could get out, so I could graduate quicker. But I learned a lot, about business, and I've kind of always wanted to be in business. And that kept me a couple of times from, managing jobs. But I don't know. Sparky always thought I'd be a good manager. My dad did. Willie Stargell, all the people that I had a lot of respect for, thought I would. But, I tell them, I don't know. I'm not quite as patient as some people might think. I'm not really patient. I don't mind, physical mistakes or whatever, but the mental mistakes would have probably bothered me, and I'm not sure how I would have handled that. Good night.
I went down a line, but foul out of play. I mean, you were telling a story in between innings about, so many of the people who have been successful, not only in business, but in other sports. I mean, you got to be good buddies with Al Davis. You got to know Bill Walsh so well. I mean, you're talking about some of the giants.
And I have to tell you, I had so much fun and enjoyment spending time with them. And the Al Davis thing, because football season is coming up, he called and asked me to come to lunch with him because he was a big baseball fan. I went to lunch, over to his facility. We started watching film, and 30 years later, we were still close. I sit in his box every Sunday that I was in home games, and it was great. Bill Walsh was a guy that, we used to play tennis together, and they were unique personalities. I mean, and completely different. Al, I don't think lived for anything but football. Bill Walsh was a little more well-rounded, we'll say. I mean, he would play tennis. I mean, he did other things. And I enjoyed being with both of them, all the time. And, those are some of the memories I'll always have of those 2 guys, that how much enjoyment I got out of just being in their presence. And how much I learned,
Much to be learned from those that have been there before you.
And know what they're doing.
Billy chased a pitch up and out of the strike zone there, but gets a mulligan, if you will, as it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes. You watch this young man, Joe. You look into his future. What do you see happening?
Well, you know what? The only thing that I'm not completely pleased with is he's been thrown out too many times for his ability and his speed. I think what happens, he was getting to first base and he's getting jumpy. He wants to go right now. I want to go. And they can read that. I mean, this is the big leagues. Guys are getting paid also to stop you. And I think they pitched out at certain times they've done some things, quick pitch, slide pitch, and they've been able to, get him off balance. These are things that he'll learn, and we got to remember he's just a rookie. I mean, so that would be the only thing that I'm not, pleased with. I don't think there's a better center fielder in captivity.
I agree.
than Billy Hamilton right now.
All right, walk us through Joe Morgan base stealing 101. We've got you in here. We may as well use you for crying out loud. He's never seen this left-hander.
Right.
Okay, and it is a left-hander. You're the base stealer. What are you looking at right now if you're Billy Hamilton?
Well, for me, I always felt like it was easier to steal a base off of a left-hander because everything's right in front of you. Hands, everything. You can see everything. When the right-hander's there, your back is there. He may move his hands first. He may move something else first. Here, when you got a left-hander, you can see what he moves first. And it has to be green light, red light. You can't have time to think about it. Like that was a slide step there. So Billy wasn't ready to go. And there's, it's hard to run on a left-hander with a slide step. And you see Billy Hatcher talking to him about it. For me, it's kind of hard for me to describe this, and I mean this. I stand there and I look at his whole body. I can see his left-handed, and I could just tell whether he was going to the plate or whether he's coming to first base. And that was one of the abilities that I had because I wasn't nearly as fast as Billy is. See, for me, if I'm on first base now, I get a bigger lead. I make him throw over there. And if he doesn't throw over there, then I'm going to run. So, I want to see a move. And he hasn't thrown, he hasn't really shown you a move. See, he thinks that he's got Billy now because he's, shortened his stride, shortened his thing to the plate. What Billy has to do now is read that and whatever he moves first. So you got to know if he's moving his hands before he does that slide step or if the slide step comes without him moving his hands. Those are two keys that I would be looking for. What is he moving first?
Is it the foot or the hand?
Whatever he's moving first is what I want to know. And even if he doesn't lift his leg up, you should still be able to pick it out.
Some guys will give you that front shoulder.
Right.
And they won't do it when they come to the plate, but they'll do it when they throw to first, as he did there.
A lot of guys, it goes back to what I said about hitting. It's difficult to do, but there are certain fundamentals. If you watch them, all you got to do is execute. And, eventually Billy will, be able to do all that. See, the first thing I would say, I would like for him to have a bigger lead right now against this guy.
Well, I agree with making a guy throw over.
Right.
You're standing on the mound and a guy's got a monster lead.
Yeah.
You're going to pick the first base. Now, you used to have leads where you were going on first movement to second base. You can also have a huge lead, and on first movement, you're going back to the first base back, so you can read the move.
Exactly. But Billy's not getting a big lead at first base. And look, some of this, in my mind, is coming from the fact that he has been thrown out.
And it's experience.
Exactly.
In the minor leagues, he was so fast, and the guys just couldn't get him.
Right.
Now at the big leagues, it's more of a mental process for him.
Right.
All right, 2 away in the inning. Tying run over there at first base. Strike one to Brandon.
At this moment, the pitcher thinks he's won because he thinks that he didn't go.
Well, he had him going back to first on a slide step.
Yeah. So
sometimes you can do that as a base runner and decoy the man on the mound.
But I think as he's seeing all these different styles of holding him at first base, he's learning how to, be able to deal with it.
It's all starting to register into the computer.
Exactly. All right, see, that was perfect.
Great job.
That was perfect.
And Hamilton steals the base to get into scoring position.
I think what he probably came to the conclusion that he moves his foot before he moves his glove to come to first base. Watch how he keeps his glove. See that? And he gave him the knee, and he raised his leg. He didn't give him the slide step.
Every pitcher is going to give you something.
Yeah, though
I don't care how good they are.
Well, you have to.
It's just part of it.
I used to say the better the pitcher, the easier it is to steal because of the rhythm that they try to get into. They all have the same rhythm. You know, you say a Tom Seaver, his rhythm was his rhythm, and he wants to get there.
Well, you know, the other part of that, too, is, Joe, the better pitchers didn't have as many guys on.
Well, that's true, too. Yeah.
You know, I mean, seriously,
No,
it's like
you're
anything
right.
else. It's reps and getting more practice at it. You know, we were talking about Greg Maddux the other night. I remember the one manager in the team that made him crazy was Bob Brenly when he managed the Diamondbacks.
Right.
Because Maddux had a terrible career record against Arizona. Every time he got a runner on, they were hitting and running. And it would make him crazy.
Well, Maddux said he didn't care. Remember about the guy at first anyway. Right. So he said, I'm not going to, change my style.
So when they keep going first to third, you care.
Yeah, right. That's a fact. Yeah.
Bounce. On the ground at Johnson. Joe, it has been an unbelievable time with you. If you want to stay here,
No.
Believe me, I mean, we would love to have if you want to stay.
I'm cutting into you guys' airtime here. No, it's fun.
We're all right.
Does that mean you're staying, or what are you doing?
Hang out with us, man.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Well, I'll stay, but I mean...
All right, well, then you're staying.
We want you here.
All right. You got to read some promos, though.
All right.
Hashtag Ohio fan photo. Perhaps we'll show it during an upcoming game. It's brought to you by AT&T. Why not take a look at our fan photo of tonight's game provided by AT&T? That must have been one of our Bark in the Park nights, which we have one of those, by the way, coming up. One more of those coming up during this homestand. That'll be next week when the Cubs are in town. Stacy, thank you very much. Jumbo Diaz replaces Matt Latos on the mound, Cowboy.
Diaz, the last couple of times out, Tom, been a little rocky for him. And part of it, too many fastballs. When his command with his breaking ball is in the strike zone, especially with his velocity. I mean, this is a kid that touches 99 with the fastball. But as you know, Joe, everybody in the big leagues
hit a fastball.
They can hit a fastball.
I remember something I learned my first year. Eddie Matthews, the great slugger from the Milwaukee Brewers, he said, Joe, I can hit a speeding bullet as long as it's straight.
You got it.
You know, I was wondering with Jumbo, he pitched like 3 days in a row, and remember, he used to be a closer.
Right.
So I was just wondering, I don't know if he's made the adjustment yet to being able to pitch, 3 days in a row, 3 innings, whatever it is.
Well, as you know, Joe, when you get to this level, and you find some success, especially being young, that first bump in the road, that takes a little bit to get over. Because then you wonder, all right, am I really good enough to stay here? Or are they going to send me back down?
2, 3, and 4 in the Atlanta batting order. Bonifacio to be followed by Freeman and Justin Upton. It is a 1-0 game. Atlanta in front here in the top of the 7th inning. The Reds without a hit through the front 6 against left-hander Mike Minor. This Atlanta team very much right in the hunt for that wild card, a game behind the Giants. By the way, the Giants are leading the Washington Nationals, opening game of a very important 3-game weekend series. National have won 10 games in a row, and the Giants are trying to hold off Atlanta for the time being anyway to get that second wild card spot. You're out there in the Bay Area, and 2 pretty good teams out there.
Yes, yeah, the A's, they've struggled a little bit recently, but for a long time they were the best team in baseball, according to the power rankings.
Got to make manager Matt Williams of the Nationals reminisce a little bit, seeing that black and orange on the other side.
Yeah.
There you get a look. The Giants still thinking about contending for their division. They're only 3.5 behind their longtime rivals, the Dodgers.
Dodgers have had some injuries recently too that may affect that race.
Zach Greinke got pushed back after an elbow issue.
And what's his name? Rue?
Yeah, Ryu, yeah.
Ryu.
Swing and a miss. That's just good old country fastball right there. Or Dominican old fastball at 97.
.98 up and away, and that is tonight's flamethrower, brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce. Dial it up.
Then I heard you talking one night. Something happened to your box of hot sauce. What happened to it, or did you find it?
I found it.
Okay.
If it's food, I'm going to find it. Out of that ice cream box when you leave. That's mine. I love you, but
no,
I ain't sharing.
Was he coming there and swipe ice cream?
No. I'm trying to keep this weight down.
You're looking good. We told you that last night. I mean, you just had the knee replacement surgery, and so
trying to keep it down.
Most people, when they have that, they pile it on.
No.
You must have really been watching what you were eating, right?
Yeah, I did. And I'm still watching it. Yeah, I don't want to put any more weight on that knee than I have to.
Well, I watch what I eat, too. I just watch it go from the fork into my mouth.
2-1 to Freddie Freeman. Well, it's been awesome having Joe Morgan up here with us tonight. I in between innings, I'm getting text messages from people I haven't heard from forever. Joe, how much they have enjoyed having you up here in the booth tonight. And they said they sure hope you think about coming by a little more frequently.
All right, but I'm having a good time, too.
Well, good.
Yeah, this is fun for me, too. Yeah, this is fun. And like I said, I listen to you guys. You would be shocked. Every time you go on the road or something, I'm at home. I listen. I pull up MLB, whatever I pay for, and watch.
Well, here's another fastball. That one at 96 miles per hour to strike out Freddie Freeman.
Bringing the Cholula all night here. A little high, hard one.
If you elevate that fastball at 96, they're not going to
go with it that way.
Yeah.
And
if you're on the Reds
straight up
right now and you're getting no hit.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we'd be saying anything about anybody in the dugout?
No, we'd be yelling at the pitcher. Let him know he's got no hitter. But we're getting ready to break that up. That's what you do. Try to put it on his mind a little bit. And, it's about the third time through the order, so everybody should know exactly what he's doing. So everybody should have a good idea of what their game plan is when they go to the plate,
Now, the great news for the Reds in this situation is a lot of time when you're getting no hit, you're also down 4 or 5 runs in a game. Right now, they can seem to focus still on winning the game.
And you know as well as I do, Joe, when a pitcher loses a no-hitter, things tend to unravel in a hurry because the adrenaline drops and you forget what you're doing out there.
We've definitely seen that happen lots of times.
1-1 to Justin Upton. Extended his hitting streak to 13 games in a row. He's as hot as anybody around. Talented young man. How about that? Two brothers in the same household, #1 picks.
Yeah, that's
incredible.
It really is. It's kind of, I always thought the most odd thing for me was Rick Barry, the basketball player, having all of his sons play in the NBA. I mean, that's pretty cool.
There's another guy you got to be buddies with, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have a lot of friends. I've been around a long time. I've been around a long time. Yeah. And I'm a sports fan. I used to have season tickets to the Warrior game when Rick was there. I mean, I have season tickets to the Raider games. You know what I mean? I'm a sports fan.
I like Rick Barry's free throw shot.
Yeah.
Boy, was he automatic. And wait a minute. I'll buy into the season tickets to the Warriors.
Yeah.
Right. But was your season ticket to the Raiders the one where you sat next to Al
No.
Davis?
I have two.
That ticket?
No. I have two of my own. I had four actually. I have two now that my brother. I give them to my brothers, and sisters and whatever. I sit with Al.
So you didn't pay for that seat with Al?
I didn't pay for that one. Right. I actually sit with his widow now. I still sit in the box with the same group of people.
2-2 to count on Upton. I had to get you there after you talked about sitting with a guy in the box.
Ooh.
That was a breaking ball that came out of the hand a little early, and Justin picked up the release point quick.
Yeah, I don't know about that 86-mile-an-hour. I don't think you better throw him that one again.
I'm looking forward to checking out that new 49er stadium.
Yeah,
I just read where they had to tear out all of the sod today.
Well, they couldn't practice on the field the other day. Yeah.
That makes you wonder, how does that happen?
With all the money they put into the stadium, you're right. How does that happen?
Yeah. 2-2 to count on Justin Upton. 2 away, and Jumbo trying to retire the side in order here in the 7th. Keep it a 1-0 game, which he does. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. That high fastball.
Joe,
all right, guys, I'm leaving. I'm going to leave because I can't get us any hits sitting here. I'm going to go someplace else and see if I can get us some runs.
Great to see you doing
all right.
Congratulations today.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to step in here with you guys today.
God bless you.
Okay, all right.
It's a doubleheader. Boy, it's a good one. You got the Giants and the Nationals starting early. That'll be at 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1. And the Reds and the Braves from here at Great American Ballpark in the nightcap. Fox Sports 1 tomorrow, and that includes right here in Reds country. So not Fox Sports Ohio tomorrow, Fox Sports 1.
Here's our Mazda pitch by pitch. Well, you talk about the fastball from Diaz. Up, up, and up again. And he cut right through the heart of this Braves order with some serious cuts.
Nice job, Jumbo. All right. See if the Reds can get a hit. And then try to get some runs. They're only behind 1-0 as they bat here in the last of the 7th inning. Minor not even working up a sweat. This is only his 77th pitch of the night. And a liner right at the third baseman. You know, oftentimes when a guy is flirting around with a no-hitter this late in a game, and we're not that late yet, we're knocking on that door. But frequently, you'll see 1, 2 great plays behind him. There hadn't been an Atlanta defender that's had to move more than a step or two to make a play tonight. That, along with Ryan Ludwig's line drive in the 5th inning, have been the 2 hardest hit balls of the night for the Reds.
And neither Upton nor Johnson had to move except to put the glove up.
Now Jay Bruce has struck out swinging and flied out to the right fielder Jason Hayward. Breaking ball and a beauty.
This is the point in time where if you're Mike Minor, you just tell yourself one pitch at a time, make pitches, try not to think about it. It's when you go in the dugout, nobody taps you on the back, nobody sits by you, you're all by yourself over there. You, the towel, and your water.
Two and two to count on Jay Bruce. Takes that breaking ball down and away. Minor has walked 3 batters in the game. Frazier in the 4th inning, Negron in the 5th, and Hamilton in the 6th. That's his 4th strikeout of the night.
Steady diet of breaking balls. This one up and cutting away. Jay comes up empty.
2 away here in the Reds' 7th inning, still in search of their first hit of the night against Mike Minor. Ryan Ludwig is flied out to right and lined out to left. You're not only one swing of the bat away from getting your first hit, you're one swing of the bat away from tying the game. It is 1-0. The Braves run came back in the 3rd inning when they had 3 consecutive singles by Freeman, Upton, and Johnson with 1 out. La Stella hit a rocket into the hole at short that Zach Cozart made a marvelous play on. Diving, gloving, throwing to get the force out at second, and that's how the only run of the game scored. Latos retired the next batter on a ground ball.
And I think that 1-0 score, Tom, is what really keeps Mike Minor mentally into this ballgame. It's not just about the no-hitter. he's got to pitch to win this ball game. Sometimes, as you mentioned earlier, you've got a no-hitter and your team scored 5 or 6 runs. They get a base hit and you relax. Well, he's pitching for the ball game right now, not just for the no-hitter. You make one bad pitch, as you said, we're tied.
1-2 the count on Ryan Ludwig. 2 down, nobody on. And he takes a breaking ball. Does Ludwig in the dirt. Pitch up in the strike zone there, and it's swung on and fouled back out of play by Ludwig. Counts remaining at 2-2.
Yeah, I've noticed throughout this game, Tom, we really haven't seen Mike Minor shake at all. And Gerald Laird is catching tonight. He's not the normal catcher for the Braves. Usually it's Evan Gattis because of his power numbers at the plate. Call a game now.
Hitting over. Reds hitless through 7. Minor is fan 5. Atlanta in front 1-0. Take on the Braves. That'll be a 7-10 first pitch. The first 25,000 fans through the game will take home the limited edition commemorative 2015 All-Star bobblehead. How about that? For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com/tickets. Our Honda game summary. One lone run on a diving stab that turned into a fielder's choice made by Kozar. That was off the bat of Tommy La Stella. But the big story right now, 7 shutout hitless innings by Atlanta left-hander Mike Minor.
All by his lonesome over there in the dugout. Nobody's coming to sit by him. Nobody's talking to him. They don't even look at him.
Were you ever in the dugout when a guy, I mean, I know you were in the dugout when guys are pitching a no-hitter and that kind of thing. First pitch by Jonathan Broxton, the new Reds pitcher, and he gets it out. Chris Johnson. Were there ever any guys in the dugout that felt like, you know, isn't this sort of silly?
No.
Never?
No. Because you know how special a no-hitter is and how infrequent it happens, but how important it is for the guy's career. And you just, for some reason, instead of being jovial and joking around in the in the dugout, everybody gets real serious, and that works good, works bad, because that guy right there I mean, there's only one thing on his mind right now. Don't give up a hit. And you can't help it as a pitcher, but sitting in there thinking, no hitter. Then you start thinking of the guys that have thrown no hitters and what you got to do, and you're trying to keep your concentration.
Well, for all I know, he's sitting down there thinking about watching the next Scooby-Doo episode. But I tell you what, he sure looks dialed in right now.
I don't think he's thinking about Scooby-Doo.
He is dialed in now.
I mean, that's called a zone.
2-0 on La Stella. They knocked in the game's only run with that sack, that fielder's choice. I mean, it was a rocket. Great play by Kozak to get the runner at second base. Broxton to La Stella, and a 4-pitch walk. You don't see many of those from Jonathan Broxton. We invite you to get ready for the start of Reds action. 30 minutes each and every Reds game here on Fox Sports Ohio with Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. We'll come back your way Sunday at 12:30 for Reds Live. Alfredo Simon and longtime Red Aaron Harang will be the pitching matchup Sunday.
Phil Goslin is going to pinch run for La Stella. He started at second base in last night's game.
You mentioned he liked his defense, so he'll stay in there to defend the last 6 outs.
Go back to what you and I and Joe were talking about. No-hit ball game, 1-run lead. If Minor does give up a hit, things tend to unravel in a hurry. That's why it's important right now. You keep the score just the way it is and give your offense some semblance of a chance. It would not surprise me, Tom, as we get into this 8th inning, that you don't see Kimbrel up in their bullpen. You don't have a whole lot to play with right now.
Well, there you saw one of the Atlanta coaches down there talking to Mike Minor.
Probably reminding him where his batting helmet and his bat are.
And then you have to put one on and take one with you when you go to the plate.
Yeah.
Minor in the hole right now. 0-1 on Andrelton Simmons. Runner at first with 1 out. We're in the 8th inning. Thinking maybe Goslin was off.
I would be thinking more along the lines of hit and run with a guy like Simmons in this situation than just a straight stolen base. But Simmons doesn't strike out. I mean, he makes contact singly every time he comes to the plate.
He is the hardest player to strike out in the entire National League. Once every little more than every 10 at bats. 2-1 to Simmons. Well, if you're thinking about hitting and running, a lot of managers like the 2-1 count. 2-1 on Simmons. Broxton holds it a long time. Runner not going, and a fly ball to right field will back up Jay Bruce to the track. But it's out number 2 here in the 8th. You're looking ahead to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Reds will have Negron, Cozart, and a pinch hitter for Broxton. If you're just tuning in, Mike Minor is working on a no-hitter tonight for Atlanta through the first 7 innings of this game. Minor has walked 3. He has fanned 5. And as Jeff and I were talking a little while ago, there really have been only a couple of balls that have even been hard against him tonight. Ball 1 on Gerald Laird.
Well, the ball that Mesoraco hit right at Chris Johnson, if that's a couple of inches one way or the other, you got a base hit. It just happened to be right at the third baseman. And you said it earlier, if you are going to throw a no-hitter, you've got to have some fortunate plays, and you've got to get lucky somewhere along the line.
Soft liner caught by Brandon. So here we go in the 8th inning. Reds coming up and Minor coming out, working on a no-no, but only a 1-0 lead.
Express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Take advantage of the 4 for $48 ticket offer this weekend. 4 tickets, $48. You also receive 4 $5 Cervati vouchers from Cervati Pastry Shop in Delhi. 381-REDS, a number to dial. Not one time since Great American Ballpark opened back in 2003 has an opponent ever taken the mound in the 8th inning with a no-hitter. The last opponent to do it in Cincinnati, period, you've got to go all the way back to Andy Benes, pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks on September the 13th, 1998. And he lost a no-hit bid with 1 out in the 9th inning on a single by Sean Casey. But that was, of course, at Old Riverfront Stadium. Goslin remains in the game to play second base. Straight up in the air. It'll be out number 1 here in the 8th inning for Mike Minor. Squeezed tightly by Jason Hayward. Cozart and then a pinch hitter, and right now that is Chris Heisey in the on-deck circle. A 1-2-3 first, a perfect second, a perfect third, a 1-out walk in the fourth, a 2-out walk in the fifth. A 1-out walk to Billy Hamilton in a 1-0 game. Hamilton stole second base. But Minor retired. Frazier on strikes. Phillips on a 1-hop bouncer to the third baseman. And then a 1-2-3 7th inning for Minor. 1-1. This is the longest the Reds have been no-hit in a game this year. You may recall Hyunjin Ryu with the Dodgers back on May the 26th had a no-hitter through 6 out in L.A. In fact, he had a perfect game. And then Todd Frazier broke it up with a leadoff double in the 8th inning. And so now we're 1 out into the 8th inning tonight. Fastball up and away on shortstop Zach Cozart. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Come on, Coz.
What are you thinking of your Cozart? Fastball, curveball here. 1 out, 1-run game, no hitter in the 8th.
Fastball down and away. It's where Minor's gone all night long when he's had to have a pitch. Looks like he's going to come with a breaking ball.
Yep.
And he missed ball 4.
High breaking ball.
That is the 4th walk of the game issued by Mike Minor, who, if you're wondering, Minor has never thrown 9 innings in a major league game. I mentioned earlier he came up in 2011. 30 starts in 12, 32 starts a season ago. So should we arrive in the 9th, it would be uncharted territories, perhaps on multiple fronts for Mr. Minor.
Braves will get action in their bullpen right now.
We continue to stress, with everybody thinking no-hitter, it is still only a 1-0 game. And Heisey looks at a breaking ball, strike 1. Heisey batting for Broxton, who works a hitless 8th inning.
A boy.
A ball and a strike on Heisey. For those of you wondering about who keeps yelling and attaboy and cheering on his teammates, that would be Skip Schumacher down there on microphone by the Reds dugout, picking it up.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, he had a pitch to hit right there. You even heard Schumacher. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, this is the point in time where you move around in the dugout. If you've been standing in one place, well, you get out of that spot.
He's standing down there next to Jim Day. One ball and 2 strikes to Heisey. Of course, you know, every little thing you're looking at here is the guy's flirting around with a no-hitter, 1 out in the 8th. By Cozart walking, it creates that big vacuum over on the right side of the infield, having to hold the runner on at first base. Well, while Freddie Gonzalez is certainly hoping his pitcher can get a no-hitter, he's more concerned about that 1-0 lead.
That's all he's concerned about.
And perhaps Minor beginning to show some fatigue for the first time tonight. Perhaps. Start missing badly up in the strike zone, and that was pitch number 102 in the game.
And it's not just the physical fatigue, Tom. It's the mental fatigue of going through inning after inning, knowing that you have a no-hitter, trying to make the perfect pitch every pitch. And it tends to wear on you a little bit.
Tapper charging Johnson, throws on the run, and they get Heisey at first base. That by far, so far, is the toughest defensive play of the night behind Minor in this no-hit bid.
That's when you're on the mound and you just take a nice big swallow of that lump in your throat. Gerald Laird went out to the mound. Minor never looked up. He's still got that look on the mound that he had in the dugout. It has not changed a lick.
Reds have a tying run in scoring position. Cozart advancing on to second base, and here's Billy Hamilton. Hamilton's had a couple of good at-bats tonight. He's grounded to short, lined out to right, and walked his last time up. Breaking ball in there, a strike.
The off-speed stuff for Minor has been spot on. Even though he threw a 3-2 breaking ball to Cozart and walked him, for the most part in this ball game, he's had awfully good command of the off-speed stuff.
Tying run in second, 2 out toward the 8th inning. 1 ball and 1 strike on Billy Hamilton. Normally the Atlanta outfield with Hamilton at the plate would probably be in 2 or 3 more steps, but not here. In a 1-0 game, threw a fastball right by him up around the letters to get ahead.
This is where a veteran catcher can make it real easy for you. He puts down the sign. You don't have to think about it. You just throw it and execute.
One and 2 on Hamilton. And into center field, a base hit and an RBI. The first hit of the night for the Reds comes in the bottom of the 8th inning. Off the bat of Billy Hamilton, and knocks this baby at 1-1.
Nissan drive of the game. A backdoor breaking ball. Hamilton flips it into center field, and immediately the Braves manager heading to the mound, and that's going to be all she wrote for Mike Minor.
And the reception from the crowd here in Cincinnati. They will stand and cheer a visitor. Classy move by this Friday night crowd here at Great American Ballpark, and Mike Minor certainly appreciative of it. Tips his hat to the crowd. This will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. We'll tell you about the new Atlanta pitcher when we return. 1-1 game. hitter through 7 2/3 innings here tonight. And then Billy Hamilton gets him with a game-tying single to drive in Cozart, who drew a 1-out walk.
You and I were talking earlier. Freddie Gonzalez, the manager of the Braves, he made the move immediately. The last thing he wants is for the Reds to have any kind of momentum after that first base hit. Jordan Walden, right-handed pitcher that jumps to the plate.
Whereas Hamilton right away takes off, and Laird's throw is not going to be in time. Hamilton, his second stolen base of the game, giving him 48 on the year. So now the go-ahead run is in scoring position here in the 8th inning.
Well, that's twice tonight that Billy has gotten jumps for the ages. By the time that Gerald Laird got the baseball, you pretty much put it in your back pocket. For the mechanics of Walden, the way he kicks the leg up and the extended throw to the plate, Hamilton could probably steal third on the very next pitch.
He's having a good year for this team. Look at that opponent's batting average, only at 188. But Frazier trying to knock in the go-ahead run. And boy, do the Reds need a win. They've lost 6 in a row, and it's been painful. It's been ugly. They've had a lead in virtually every one of these losses. Not last night, but they did in St. Louis, and they did in Denver. I don't know if it's that little hop, skip, and a jump he has, but man, when he cuts loose that 97-mile-an-hour fastball, it looks like 107.
Very difficult to pick up the release point of Walden. Watch the feet. Look at the back leg back here as he comes off the mound. I mean, see how far he is. I mean, he's probably a good 1.5 to 2 feet. The ball doesn't come out of your hand until this foot hits, and the right foot is already a good 1.5 towards home plate. Hesitation in the windup, almost as if you would take a crow hop, Tom, as an infielder.
And 2 on Frazier. Hamilton takes off for third, and Frazier fouls it away.
You know, a lot of taller pitchers, you think, all right, they get an extra amount of release point. Well, for Jordan Walden, when he gets on the mound, he's throwing the ball up here somewhere. I mean, by the time he gets ready to throw, he is already way out towards the plate.
That one fouled off out of play, and it remains 3-2 on Todd Frazier.
And you're right, Tom. That little bit of hesitation in his mechanics and his throwing motion, you add that with the fact that he throws the ball in the mid to upper 90s. Yeah, that's tough to pick up. It is very difficult to time to get in any kind of rhythm at the plate. You're almost in emergency swing mode from the time you step into the batter's box.
Frazier is hung in there. He has a go-ahead run out at second base. And a ground ball. Diving play by Johnson. Throw is in time to get him. And perhaps that's the first time we've seen Frazier's back problems cost him a hit in a game. Because if he's 100% healthy, this is a hit and Hamilton scores. Instead, it's a final out of the inning. Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. Now we bring up Todd Frazier's back because he said he was okay swinging the bat, but what gave him the most amount of pain, and remember he did not play last week in Denver, was running. Because he would have been safe under normal circumstances, and Hamilton never slowed down. And they got the call right over there, no doubt about that, by Laz Diaz.
Well, you're right about Hamilton. He rounded third. If that had even been a bang-bang play, there was no play at the plate. Hamilton was taking off his helmet by the time they got that ball to first.
So now rolled is Chapman. Reds playing here at home in a 1-1 game. They want to come to the plate in the bottom of the ninth with a chance to win it, so they'll hand it to their closer, who returned to the mound here last night. And he had a 1-2-3 8th inning with a couple of strikeouts. Evan Gattis will come on to pinch hit for Walden, who retires the only batter he faced. If you're wondering, by the way, we know the Reds were no-hit by Roy Halladay in the playoffs back in 2010. But boy, it has been a long time since the Reds have been no-hit in a regular season game. You've got to go all the way back to 1971 when they were no-hit by Rick Wise. Wise also in that game on June the 23rd. Story's been told many times. He hit 2 home runs in the game while throwing a no-hitter.
Pretty good day at the office.
Not bad. Evan Gattis fouls it away. Gattis has never seen Aroldis Chapman.
Big swinger. Big thrower.
Now, you were talking about that Toyota sign out there last night. This combination right here.
That could get there. We don't want that to happen.
No, we don't, but it could.
It could. This guy swings awfully hard, and he is a dead fastball hitter.
Not that fastball.
Chapman coming through, elbow up over the top of the cap, pronation of the forearm.
One game. We are in the top of the ninth inning here at Great American Ballpark. Jason Hayward looks at a fastball high, 1-0. Braves have 9 hits. They have left 10 runners on base. They left 6 against Latos in the first 3 innings alone.
I'm not sure Hayward can catch up with his fastball. He's a big, strong fella too. But
is he ever?
He's got a little loop in the back of that swing.
I'll tell you, he hits the longest home runs of any Atlanta Brave. But that's a slider right there to get ahead 1-2.
You know you're throwing hard when a guy's late on your slider. I don't mean miss it. I mean late.
A pretty good rip there at 102. We have talked so many times, the rare times where Chapman is beat on the fastball is the fastball down in the zone. The bat has the shortest amount to travel when the ball is down as opposed to trying to catch up. It might be 102. But if it's a quick swing and it's around the knees, that's where he's been hurt. Rare, albeit.
And that's where the hitter uses Chapman's velocity for the exit speed. As Joe Morgan was saying earlier when he was in here, that fastball that's up, letter high, with some serious heat on it, you can forget about that.
Slider off the corner, 2-2 on Hayward. Came back with another.
Started that one at him and broke it over the heart of the plate. That cannot be fun to face this pitch right here.
So now Bonifacio with the bases empty. And 2 outs. Reds will have Phillips, Mesoraco, and Bruce in the bottom of the 9th inning. Ball 1. Shattered bat, but you better hurry. And they got him. Boy, what a nice play by Cozart. He has made 2 outstanding plays in a game tonight.
Silky smooth.
So here we go. Phillips, Mesoraco, Bruce, a scheduled trio in a 1-1 game. Brought to you by Chevy. Visit your Tri-State Chevy dealer today, and by Cincinnati Children's Hospital, who ranks 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's 2014 Best Children's Hospitals in America. Game 3 tomorrow, and we remind all of you in Reds country that game will be seen on Fox Sports 1. Coverage beginning with a doubleheader. The Giants and the Nationals at 3:30, rolling right into the Reds game at 7. Santana, a 13-game winner, will be opposed by Mike Leake. David Carpenter takes over on the mound for Atlanta in a 1-1 game.
Carpenter, along with Walden, have been the main setup guys for closer Craig Kimbrell. I don't imagine that we'll see Kimbrell unless the Braves have a lead.
Quickly 0-2 on Brandon Phillips.
Carpenter's given up 53 hits in his 46 1/3 innings pitch. He's only walked 11, but he struck out 57, so he's going to be around the plate.
Carpenter originally came up through the Cardinals organization, but then was traded, made his major league debut in Houston. Will pop up down the right field line, and that's a foul ball. They claimed this guy off waivers from the Boston Red Sox, and all he did last year in 56 games was deliver a 1.78 earned run average. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, he's always
a young man from Fairmount, West Virginia.
He's always had a good arm, Tom. He can pump the fastball. He can spot it. It's just about consistency with the breaking ball. Roger McDowell got him in the right direction, the pitching coach for the Braves.
Carpenter pitched for the Mountaineers at West Virginia University and still makes his home in Morgantown. First 2 years in baseball, he was a catcher and then became a pitcher in 2008. Three and two on Brandon Phillips. Devin Mesoraco next, and Jay Bruce. Phillips tonight 0 for 3. Has bounced to short, fly to center, grounded to third. The Reds' only hit came with 2 away and a runner at second in the 8th inning. That was a single to center by Billy Hamilton, and that hit tied the game at 1. Simmons throws on for out number 1.
These are the guys that you want coming to the plate for the Reds with a chance to win in the bottom of the 9th inning. You want your 3, 4, 5 guys at the plate. I don't care what team you are. Hey, he could break out of this streak in a big way right here. 2-0 fastball.
Well, he hit the ball right on the nose his last time up. Liner to third and takes ball 3.
Do I turn him loose? Of course I do. He gets one right down Broadway. He may hit it to Broadway.
3-0. And he took a hack trying to hit it to Broadway. Mesoraco in the 9th inning this year has more home runs in the 9th inning than any player in baseball. 6 of them. Well, he got a pitch to hammer right there. Back-to-back fastballs and back-to-back times fouls it away. Strike 3, and Mesoraco knew it.
Not a pretty breaking ball, but it does the trick. Backs up right over the inside corner.
Well, while we have a moment, I'd like to wish a happy birthday today to Bill Case, young man who is celebrating his 37th birthday today. He's going through a rough time right now, and certainly our thoughts and prayers are with Bill Case. We hope you've had a great day today, Bill, and you're spending time with those you love the most and enjoying every moment of it. And it sure would be nice to see Jay Bruce hammer one off that All-Star game sign in right field and make it a really nice birthday for you, Bill. God bless you. We're talking about Mesoraco and all the ninth inning home runs this year. You go back over the last 5 years in baseball, and only Miguel Cabrera has more home runs than Jay Bruce. Bounced up the middle, and a 1-2-3 ninth inning for Carpenter. We're on our way to extra innings. Reds are 3-8. The Braves are 5-10 this year. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Well, Aroldis Chapman is going to stay in there. He worked a 1-2-3 top of the ninth. And in this 1-1 game where the Reds have exactly one hit, Chapman will come out for a second inning. And now it's Atlanta's turn for 3, 4, 5 in the batting order. Freeman, Upton, Johnson. This is the trio that Chapman faced last night in the 8th. He went strikeout, strikeout, fly ball to center. Throw him a first pitch slider tonight, because last night, you may remember, Freeman saw a first pitch fastball and he whacked it hard but foul. Back-to-back sliders.
Back-to-back breaking ball. Even if you throw 105, it pays to have a secondary pitch.
4 sliders in a row in this at bat to Freeman.
Just missed off the plate. You can imagine how hard a fastball will look now. So hard Mesoranco couldn't catch it.
Well, if you're guessing and you're Freeman, I was going to say you guess slider and you'd be guessing wrong now.
Well, when Joe Morgan was in here earlier, and that was one of the first things he said about the lesson from Nellie Fox. You look for the fastball. That way you can adjust to the breaking ball. If you go the other way around, you look like that.
And that, of course, is against mere mortals.
Yeah.
Not a guy throwing 102. Power against big-time power right here. Upton a single and a triple in 4 at-bats tonight.
Watch that front hip of Upton against Chapman. He's opening it before the ball ever comes out of Chapman's hand. Trying to cheat.
He pitches out of the bullpen tonight for Aroldis Chapman. We had not seen him in nearly a week until he came in to pitch a game here last night. Was unavailable, of course, in St. Louis the first 2 games of that series. And the Reds did not use him in a series finale. That was after Chapman. Last time we saw him was on Sunday when he came in game 1 of that doubleheader with a 9-5 lead, walked 4 straight hitters. They took him out of the game. Reds have not won since. Two and two. No chance here for Upton.
You open the hips too soon, you can't ever get to the ball out there. It's almost hitting with no legs at all. You can see where the ball was by the time the batting started.
Now Chris Johnson. First pitch swinging, tardy on a fastball at 100. Chapman has faced 5 batters. He has struck out 4 of the 5. Reds are scheduled to send Ryan Ludwig, Christopher Negron, and Zach Kozak to the plate in the bottom of the 10th inning. We're tied at 1. Well, he's got it all working tonight. And when this guy's got it working, that is mighty tough for the opposition.
It's tough enough to hit a triple-digit fastball, regardless of where it's located, much less when he's mixing in that breaking ball and it's a strike.
Pitch, and this is second inning of work for Aroldis Chapman. I can't help but, think back, Cowboy. It's not that anybody's right or anybody's wrong. Everybody had their opinion, and they were all good opinions. But I was so fortunate to watch Randy Johnson for all those years in Arizona. And every time I see Chapman, I just can't help but think what would have been as a starter. That one bounced through into left field, a base hit. So a 2-out single by Johnson will keep the inning alive for Goslin. When you've got an arm and you've got a weapon like this, I just could never understand the logic of somebody telling me he's going to pitch 50 innings a year.
Well, when Chapman first got here, he didn't have the command of the breaking ball and the changeup that he has now. And I think that's come with a maturity level, and it may come with repetition of the mechanics and being in the big leagues. And who knows, he may have picked that up in the rotation. But at the time, the Reds had 5 viable starters. They didn't have anybody in that bullpen to pitch to finish the ball game. But I know exactly what you're talking about, because when you see him, you can't help but envision the Randy Johnson result.
Well, you just ask yourself, when you see him now, and you consider he's pitched 39 innings for your team. 39 innings for your team this year. And you say, well, if in the last, really it's been the last year and a half where for the first time the slider is more consistent, the last year especially, and now this year breaking up the changeup. How much quicker that would have a chance to come back or to come together, period, if you're starting every 5 days in the minor leagues. That's all. Because, man, this guy, if he was running out there 34 times a year for you as a starter, there is no telling. But
the ship has sailed.
That's exactly right. That's long gone from the port. 0-2 the count on Goslin. Runner goes. Throw down to second base. No chance to get it. So now all of a sudden, after the single by Johnson, he has moved into scoring position. A 1-2 count on Goslin. This is his second at bat. He came on to hit, or first at bat. He came on a pinch run, I beg your pardon, after Listella walked in the 8th inning. It's a big pitch right here, big out right here for Chapman. Goslin hanging around. The next pitch will be pitch number 35 for Chapman. The most pitches he has ever thrown in his career in one outing is 36 of them. That was on April the 30th back in 2011. Runner takes off for third on the wild pitch. Well, this guy you got to come after now. You've got a guy that's been playing every day. And Simmons standing in the on-deck circle. Although Goslin this year has been a much better hitter for average than Andrelton Simmons. Ground ball to short. Cozart's got it. Inning over. Chapman 2 scoreless innings, allows 1 hit, punches out 4. Reds will bat in the bottom of the ninth, bottom of the 10th, trying to make Chapman a winning pitcher tonight. The Cub game on Wednesday night. You can meet Fox Sports Ohio girl Christine and try your luck with the Home Run Derby Challenge. It's all happening Wednesday, 5:30 at Tin Roof in Cincinnati. Braves are sending out a new pitcher as we have arrived.
Anthony Varvaro. 54th time he's taken the mound. Pretty good ERA at 2.87. About a strikeout an inning, 46 innings, 46 strikeouts. But only 12 walks. And when you pitch out of the bullpen, you got to be able to throw strikes if you want to pitch late in the game. This is a spot where a hitter comes to the plate. Let me see if I can catch one.
All right, 1-1 game, bottom of the 10th inning, and a first pitch breaking ball to Ryan Ludwig in there, strike one. Bavaro went nearly 3 weeks without giving up a run from early June to early July. Pop fly short right. Hayward's there, 1 out. Sean Marshall trying to get something going, putting on the rally cap down there in the Reds dugout. I don't know if he has company with him. Doesn't look like it. But he might be the only one down there. Christopher Negron is 0 for 2. Drew a walk in the 5th. Now Chris Heisey joining the party. One and 0 on Negron. 2-0. Another fastball, and once again it's high. 3-0. We know Negron has some pop in that bat. He has 4 home runs. 2 of them he has hit the other way.
His first major league hit went right over that 370 sign.
Negron thought that was ball 4. Instead, it is called strike 2 by the home plate umpire Scott Berry. Right there on the corner.
That's a pitcher's pitch right there. That's not one you want to swing at anyway.
Of course, a lot of folks sticking around for the big fireworks show like no other here on Friday night. 3-2 and a dribbler foul. You know, a lot of people around the region, why we say that, you know, what makes your fireworks any different? Well, because the company that really does most of the fireworks shows all over the United States is based out of here in Cincinnati. Rossi Fireworks out of the Loveland area here in town. Of course, they're getting revved up for the big Labor Day weekend show here in downtown. I think they've got, what, about 500,000 people show up down here, maybe 400,000 or so. It's a mini Joe Morgan flap there.
Keeping that elbow down. Trying to keep his hands relaxed.
3-2 on Negron. In the air, pretty well, but sending Bonifacio to the wall. Boy, that ball was launched by Negro. 2 away.
Just hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark.
We are in the bottom of the 10th inning, and the Reds have 1 hit in this game. Yet they are tied in the only category that matters. And that's underneath that R letter up on the scoreboard. Cozart. A pop up behind the plate, and Laird will give it a look, but that's out of play. Cozart has popped to short and struck out swinging. He's walked with 1 out in the 8th inning, and he was a man who scored on the Reds' only hit in the game off Mike Minor, who carried a no-hitter into the bottom of the 8th inning. Billy Hamilton knocked him in with a little flare into center field, a single. Sam LeCure loosens in the Reds bullpen. Diaz a perfect inning. Broxton a scoreless inning. Chapman 2 innings, 1 hit, no runs. 2-2 on Cozart. Ryan Pena waits in the on-deck circle.
Barbaro being awfully careful with Cozart after that line out by Negron to center field. Trying to shave that outside corner, and he's missing a little bit off the face.
Two on Zach Cozart. And a tapper to the shortstop Simmons. And we're on our way to inning number 11. The Reds have 1 hit through 10, but they're tied with the Braves, a 1-1 affair. League's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Well, if you're just tuning in, we're on our way to the 11th inning. The only Atlanta run scored. Bases loaded, diving play by Zach Cozart. Got to force out a run scored to make it 1-0. The big story was Mike Minor, the Atlanta starter. 7 2/3 innings of no-hit shutout baseball. He walked Zach Cozart in the 8th inning, who got to second after a ground out. And then Billy Hamilton flared one into center field for the first and only Reds hit, and their only run of the night. So we march on to inning number 11, and now on to pitch. And boy, he's been a busy man of late, but he'll always take the ball. Sam LeCure.
Really has, Tom. 50th appearance now for LeCure. Seems like he's thrown every day here lately. But when times are tough, you got to call on the bullpen. It's feast or famine down there.
They gave LeCure the night off last night. He pitched in the 2nd and 3rd games in St. Louis after pitching the weekend in Denver. Simmons, Laird, and then a pinch hitter for Bavaro. We are in the top of the 11th inning. Simmons 2 hits and 4 at bats. And really should only have 1 hit. He had a fly ball out into left center field in the 2nd inning. Ryan Ludwig and Billy Hamilton both came in and both watched it drop to the grass. Went for a double. Ground ball to Cozart and 1 out in the inning. Well, you look back, and we said it at the time, but especially now, you can't talk enough about that play Cozart made when the Braves scored their only run of the game.
Well, at this point, it's a game saver. Yeah, it allowed a run, but if he doesn't catch that ball, 2-run score, and the inning's still rolling along.
Now, they'd have been at first and second base, maybe first and third. 2 runs would have scored on the single. Was still only 1 out in the inning. And that was a spectacular play made by Cozart, diving to his right. And I mean, he got rid of it as quickly as he possibly could to try and start a double play. The ball was hit that hard where he thought once he got it, maybe they had a chance. Gerald Laird bunting. And
that's a first.
Yeah, cradled by Mesoraco. That is a real surprise. Man, got a guy that's capable of hitting the ball in the seats. Capable.
Jeff Pico will go out and review the scouting report
on big Ryan Doman.
Yeah, you remember Doman, Tom, when he caught, played a little first base, played a little outfield with the Pirates. Switch hitting catcher at the time. He's got a little sock from the left side now.
Sure does.
Now, his numbers don't show it right now, but he was not a bad hitter in Pittsburgh. They just didn't have a place to play.
And I always wondered why they never gave him a chance really to play right. I'm trying to remember who they had that was catching all the time. It wasn't a guy that wound up being a regular everyday catcher. This guy had 15 home runs for the Pirates in 2008. That was the closest he ever got to playing every day. He hit over 300 that year and 431 at bats. Had 10 home runs the following year, 13 of them for the Pirates in 2010. And the last 2 years, he's hit 32 home runs wearing a Minnesota Twins uniform.
I think the Pirates just thought that his defensive skills and game calling ability behind the plate was not up to par as far as big league standards. That's one of the reasons they went out and got Russell Martin.
He made 119 starts for Minnesota last year, 47 as a DH, 43 as a catcher, and 29 in right field when he hit 14 home runs. 3-0.
Well, you don't want to walk this guy to get to Hayward.
On Doman. And not anywhere near the plate. 4-pitch walk.
I think Brian Price may go to Manny Parra here.
Yep, gonna make a double switch somewhere here.
It's like Brian Pena will come on and play first base. I would imagine Frazier will go to third and Negron will be lifted from the ball game.
You got it. All right, so Sam does it. Retires the first two batters in the inning, then walks a batter. And Manny Parra will come on to face the left-handed batting Jason Hayward. 1-1 game. We're in the 11th. Back in a moment. First base and 2 outs batting in the 11th inning, and Cowboy hit the nail on the head right away. Part of a double switch, but 3 moving parts. Yeah, Pena coming in at first, shoving Frazier over to third, and now Manny Parra on the mound when they groan, going to short. Cozart coming out. Now that is a bit of a surprise. You're buying yourself 1 spot in the batting order, and you're taking out one of the best defenders on your team at Cozart. And I say buying yourself 1 spot in the order because Negron was batting 7th. Cozart made the final out of the last inning, hitting 8th. That is a very curious decision made by Brian Price, and that's one that'll be interested to hear what he has to say about it.
It's the first time Cozart's been taken out of the game.
And it's the first time Negron, who we were wondering might he get a starter's to at shortstop, the way he's been swinging the bat.
He's and crunch time.
Yeah, here in a tie game, in extra innings, he's getting his Taste is short. 1-2.
What's a little bit ironic about this is that Cozart made the game-saving play so far in this ball game. Ball has a way of finding you when you change positions or when you come in off the bench.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Jason Hayward. And hard throw to first. You know, we brought it up the other day that Brian Price was asked, wouldn't a grown get a start at shortstop? And the first thing he said was, I like the job that Ramon Santiago has done backing up from time to time when we've given Cozart a day off. And they've grown more than up to the task, and his manager knows that. 1-2 pitch. And a bouncer to Brandon Phillips. That's who you want handling the baseball. Inning over. So Pena will lead off the bottom of the inning to Hamilton and Frazier in a 1-1 affair.
Braves and Reds, we are tied at 1. There you go. Reds have played the second most one-run games in the big leagues. And that record doesn't favor the Reds. Reds trying to change their luck here tonight. And now they'll have to do it against the right-hander David Hale. Hale pitched against the Reds when the Reds were in Atlanta earlier this year and did a phenomenal job. As a matter of fact, as a starting pitcher, he has been money.
Boy, he really did pitch a great game that night. You're right.
I mean, he's only had 5 starts, but he was not ticketed to be a starter. He was in an emergency situation. Man, he was something. Great location and a great changeup. Let's hope the Reds remember that.
In those 5 starts made by Hale this year, a 2-0 record with a sparkling 2.22 earned run average. All right, Brian Pena to lead things off. In all those one-run games is where you really feel for the first-year manager Brian Price. I mean, he knew what he was getting into. He's a big boy. He's seen a lot of baseball, but my, oh my, seemingly every night you are grinding and grinding. In the air, right center field. And playable at the track. That's 2 of those in the last 2 innings, where maybe another 15 yards to the right. And we're going home.
Well, that one sounded really good off the bat.
One away here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Billy Hamilton, now the batter, has the only Reds hit. That's right, they have one hit. They were no hit through 7 2/3 innings here tonight.
Well, Tom, this is where a guy like Billy Hamilton can make a phenomenal difference in an inning and in a ball game like this, even if there was 2 outs, because if he gets aboard, he changes the whole complexion of this game.
When Hamilton got that base hit in the 8th inning, which drove in Cozart, he wasted 0 time stealing second base against a new pitcher, Jordan Walden.
Well, look at where the first and third base positions are played. Freddie Freeman is almost standing on the chalk line, as is Chris Johnson at third base. Talking about playing no double. I guess they figure if Billy Hamilton hits it down the line, it might be an inside the bunker.
Yep. Hamilton, a pair of stolen bases in the game tonight. He's 1 for 3. Also drew a walk. So he has 48 steals on the year. Back where it came from, and Billy aboard now with 1 away in the 11th inning. What Joe Morgan was talking about up in the booth tonight.
Who's got both hits?
Billy Hamilton.
One from the right side, one from the left side. He hits this baby right back up the box.
Well, now let the games begin. As Hale is going to try and keep an eye on Hamilton while facing Frazier. What Frazier almost had. What would have been the go-ahead RBI and diving play made by Johnson, who threw him out by an eyelash to end the 8th inning. And although much further back behind the bag now is Johnson, he is gripping that line as well with Frazier at the plate. Hamilton takes off, and no chance for Gerald Laird. Third stolen base of the game by Hamilton, number 49, and that is his second most ever by a Reds rookie.
You know, we were taught, Tom, early in my career, if you pitch out, then you pick to first base 2 or 3 times afterwards, because the runner believes that you're going to throw to the plate the following time.
You're wondering who holds a rookie record by the Reds. You've got to go back to 1909. Bob Bescher stole 54 bases. Hamilton should eclipse that now with 49. Now, if you're Hamilton here, you know, you hear all the time, Cowboy, about it's easier to steal third than it is to steal second. You have a right-handed batter in Brandon Phillips coming up, and it makes you wonder if that's what Cincinnati native, the pride of Coleraine High School, Roger McDowell, might be reminding David Hale about. Would Hamilton take off early in this at-bat to try to get to third with 1 out in the inning?
Well, the key here for David Hale is not to let Billy get a walking lead. I don't think Hamilton will take third unless they just give it to him. And if you pay some semblance of attention, especially with Brandon Phillips at the plate, then you'll cut him down his idea of taking third. You let Billy get a walking lead, he'll be standing on third faster than you can blink an eye.
Well, what an excellent pitcher that guy right there was.
He had more movement on the ball. Incredible. And could spot it. The ball would start over there in the dugout and break back to the outside corner.
All right, a chance to be the hero is Brandon Phillips. A 1-1 game, 1 out. We are in the bottom of the 11th inning. The Reds have 2 hits in the game, but can they win it? The pitch. Breaking ball in there, a strike to Brandon Phillips. That looked like it may have been a cross-up. Gerald Laird immediately comes sprinting out to the mound.
Yeah, I think Laird was expecting a fastball. You know, even having the presence of Hamilton at second, you've got Simmons and the second baseman Gosselin. They're right around the bag. That creates a hole for Brandon Phillips on either side.
I mean, those Atlanta middle infielders are standing right next to Billy. It's like a crowded closet out there at second base.
Like a couple of first basemen standing together.
One and two on Brandon Phillips. There goes Hamilton. And a pop-up. This might have a chance to fall in. It is caught. And they throw back to the bag, and somehow Hamilton got there. It's big league play right there made by Bonifacio.
Well, he had to come a long way to get to that baseball. Going back to what you were talking about, Tom, Hamilton had the base stolen.
That's where, if you're going to do it, you have to do it very early in the count, where you give the guy a chance to knock you in from third.
Because at that point, Phillips is trying to protect the plate. He's got to swing at anything close.
That's not knocking Billy. It's just saying if you're going to do it, you got to go early if you're going to take that chance. All right, Mesoraco with a chance to win it. Hamilton at second base carrying the winning run. Ball one in. Now you're probably a little more hesitant to think about it with two away in the inning. You don't want to make the final out of the inning at third. Fouled away, a ball and a strike on Devin. Reds have played so many of these games this year. Tight, late. Gave you the record 31 one-run losses, 18 one-run wins.
Yeah.
Hamilton goes on to third. They're trying to deke him into making a hard turn and fire down there.
That's going to be a pass ball. Ball hit right off. Looked like the heel of the glove. Split-fingered fastball from David Hill. That ball just took off at the last second. Don't normally see that from Laird. I mean, he's back there because of his fine defensive skill.
All righty, the winning run stands 90 feet away here in the 11th inning. The pitch to Mesoraco. Dribbled, fouled, even accounted 2-2. Well, this guy has incredible movement on the ball.
He is not wanting to give Mesoraco anything out over the plate to hit. Everything is running in on his hands.
2-2. Ground ball down to third. We're on our way to the 12th inning here at Great American Ballpark. The Reds just cannot get the big hit. Show tonight. And it is a 1-1 game at the end of 11 innings. The Reds were being no-hit tonight by Mike Minor through 7 2/3. He walked Zach Cozart with 1 out in the 8th inning. And with 2 outs, Cozart stood at second. He would score on the Reds' first hit by Billy Hamilton, a flare into center field, which tied the game. And that's where we are here in the top of the 12th inning, and the top of, or the 2, 3, and 4 batters coming up against Manny Parra.
This is the point in time in the Braves lineup where you almost hold your breath. Anytime you've got Freeman and Upton coming to the plate, that's their best case scenario in any situation.
Now Bonifacio, a switch hitter, so he'll turn around to bat right-handed against the left-hander Manny Parra. It's hard to believe Bonifacio has played this entire season. And he has a grand total. Well, they only have the numbers for Atlanta. I beg your pardon. It's a switch hitter. It's only 7th at bat as a right-handed batter since coming over in the trade at the deadline a month ago. Bunted. They let it roll. Foul, and a good thing. Bonifacio's about 30 feet beyond the bag.
Bonifacio has the kind of speed and the disruptive skills with his feet that you don't want to get this guy on and then have to face Freeman and Justin with him bouncing around and the opportunity to steal second base.
Of all of the players in Major League Baseball, when Billy Hamilton was coming up through the minor leagues, the player he would be most compared to was Bonifacio. Switch hitter, runs extraordinarily well, don't walk a lot. And Bonifacio has carved out himself a nice major league career. He was a regular player with the Marlins. He's been a regular player in the American League. And now a most of the time player in Atlanta after being a starter all season with the Cubs. But it's interesting, everybody said that Hamilton has better extra base hit power than Bonifacio, and certainly those numbers have proven to be correct this year. Hamilton has 37 extra base hits, where a guy like Bonifacio, he has 19. That's not to say he's going to drive the ball into seats, but Hamilton's 6 home runs, I think, might be considered a surprise.
Yeah, it surprised me.
He's got 24 doubles and he has 7 triples. 2-2 on Bonifacio.
Now the doubles for Hamilton I could have seen. That doesn't surprise me because he creates the extra base. Even on a routine ground ball into right field, he's headed to second.
3-2 to Bonifacio. Don't want to walk him. And a tapper to the shortstop, Negron. 1 away. So that's the first try at shortstop for Christopher Negron. He took over when they made the double switch move to bring Parra into the game. And you look back on all the double play partners that Brandon Phillips has had, well, you can add another. Miguel Cairo, Juan Castro, Ramon Santiago, Paul Giannis, Jeff Keppinger, Cesar Izturis, Drew Sutton, Enrique Cruz, Didi Gregorius, Chris Valleca, Pedro Lopez. I don't even remember him, do you? Wilson Valdez, Alex Gonzalez, Rich Aurelia, Todd Frazier, Jerry Hairston Jr., Royce Clayton, Zach Cozart, Adam Rosales, Felipe Lopez, Edgar Renteria, Holbert Cabrera, Ray Olmedo, and Orlando Cabrera.
Wow. That's all I can say.
Cozart by far the most appearances and most starts alongside Brandon Phillips.
Yeah, I would say that Phillips and Kozar are right up there in the National League as far as games started in a double play situation. The only other I can think of that would be ahead of them would be Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley in Philadelphia.
And longer than those two, I believe the longest running double play combination in Major League Baseball is the duo that they had with the Angels. I'm not drawing a blank. Ibar and
Howie
Kendrick. Although maybe that's just longest in the American League. 2-2. Because it seems like Rollins and Utley would be around longer than that.
I think they are the top duo at the moment.
Three and two on Freddie Freeman. 1 out. We're in the 12th of a 1-1 game. Freeman draws a 1 as Manny missed on a 3-2 breaking ball. Now Justin Upton.
Upton came in tonight hitting .290 overall. His hitting against left-handed pitching about 30 points higher than that, and then some.
Well, they're paying a lot of attention over there to Freddie Freeman. He picked up his second stolen base in this entire season and only his 4th try. That came against the left-hander David Holmberg. Man. Justin up to the batter. .94-mile-per-hour fastball strike. Reds made a roster move today. They brought up at one time the highly touted young right-hander in the Reds organization, and it's not to say he won't be again, in right-hander Daniel Corsino, and he is now getting loose in the Reds bullpen.
Now, there were a lot of folks comparing Corsino to a young Johnny Cueto.
High fly ball down the line. If it's fair, it's probably out of here. It's fair, and it's out of here.
Only so many times you can cut through Freeman and Upton and not get burned.
Justin Upton is on his way to having by far the best month of his major league career. I mean by a ton. He is 1 RBI short of matching his career high in any month of his career. We still have 8 games to be played for the Braves this month. I would imagine that means Craig Kimbrell is getting loose in that Atlanta bullpen, as there's a ground ball to the shortstop for the 2nd out of the inning.
Kimbrell was up when the inning started as soon as the Braves came to the plate, not only in the 12th, the 11th, but also in the 10th.
Reds will have Bruce, Ludwig, and Negron due up when they bat in the bottom of the 12th inning. Upton now 25 home runs. He has 86 runs batted in. A single, a triple, and a 2-run home run to break a 1-1 tie that comes here in inning number 12. Red's got 6 innings of 1-run baseball out of Matt Latos. Jumbo Diaz struck out all 3 batters in his only inning. Broxton a hitless, scoreless inning. Aroldis Chapman 2 innings, 1 hit, 4 strikeouts. LeCure 2/3, a walk, no runs. And Parra, who came on to get the final out in the 11th, gets the first out in the 12th. But a walk to Freeman, a home run to Upton. Now a walk is issued to Goslin. That'll keep the inning alive, and apparently we're going to have a visit to the mound by Jeff Pico.
I think Brian Price is on the phone right now just to see where Daniel Corsino is. Now, Corsino was pitching out of the bullpen. He started some and kind of going back and forth. So I would imagine they want to make sure that he's loose before they ever bring him into the ball game.
Corsino will celebrate his 24th birthday 4 days from now. And you can understand why the Reds were so excited about him after what he did in 2011. Won 11 games for Dayton at a 3.4 ERA. Comes back the next year in Pensacola with a 3.01 ERA. But then last year a step back at AAA. Lost 14 games, had an earned run average up over 5. And did not throw the ball well, you may remember, this spring. But look, you talked about it before, Cowboy. Just because a guy hasn't done it by the time he's 23 or 24 doesn't mean he's not going to do it.
Yeah, there are some guys that bloom at 21. There are some guys that bloom at 30.
So 1-0 now on Simmons. Runner at first and 2 outs. A 2-run home run here in the 12th. By Justin Upton.
I think what we do know is that Daniel Corsino has the physical tools to compete at this level. It's just a matter of harnessing it and refining his game.
On the ground to Phillips. He'll feed the covering Negron. Damage done. 2-run home run by Upton. Reds back down 2 in the 12th. Baseball since he first arrived, will now take over on the mound, trying to nail down a 3-1 Atlanta lead. Of course, the Reds have other thoughts. Look at the numbers on Craig Kimbrell.
You could almost change the name at the top to Aroldis Chapman. I mean, that's about what the numbers look like. Of course, the ERA much lower for Craig Kimbrell because Aroldis had that rough day out in Colorado. But the strikeout numbers quite similar.
So Jay Bruce 0 for 4, struck out twice, is fly to right and grounded out to short his last time up. Down a strike. Kimbrell second in the National League, third in the majors with those 37 saves. Francisco Rodriguez of Milwaukee leads the National League with 38. He just had a blown save the day before the Braves arrived. That was in Washington. It was his fourth blown save of this year. He had 4 all of last year and 3 all the year before that. So at least this year he's been a little more vulnerable.
I can remember, was it last year when Chu and Mesoraco hit the 2 home runs off of him?
Yep.
He looked like lightning had struck him.
Good swing on that pitch by Jay Bruce, but fouls it away. 3-1 Atlanta. One ball and 2 strikes on Bruce, leading off the Reds' 12th inning, and Kimbrell delivers a fastball at 97 miles per hour that missed up and away. Two and 2 to Bruce. Got him swinging on the breaking ball for out number 1.
Kimbrell's got that great fastball, but this breaking ball is just devastating. Late, major depth in downward fashion, and he really fools hitters with that pitch.
David Hale is in line to pick up the win in relief unless the Reds can rally against Kimbrell with 1 out here in the 12th inning, and Ryan Ludwig to bat him. Swinging a foul ball out of play. You have Negron next, and then the pitcher spot. Reds have Skip Schumacher and Jack Hanahan, 2 left-handed batters left on their bench. That one popped up and out of the reach of Freddie Freeman. Reds have lost 6 consecutive games. And when you score 1 run and only have 2 hits, there's just not a whole lot that guy right there can do about it.
your starting pitcher did his job. Seemingly everybody that came on after him did their job. I mean, you can pitch all night. Somebody's going to score sooner or later.
A ball in the air to straightaway center field. It'll back up Bonifacio. The Reds are down to their final out of the ninth. Schumacher waits in the on-deck circle. Negron trying to keep it alive for him. We are in the 12th inning. The only Red with a hit in the game tonight, and we're in the 12th, is Billy Hamilton. He has both of them. First coming in the 8th inning to knock in a tying run, and he had a one-out single in the 11th and wound up being stranded at third base when David Hale was able to retire Brandon Phillips and Devin Mesoraco with Hamilton in scoring position. 1-0 on Negron. 2-0. He's making him throw strikes, that's for sure. 3 balls and a strike now on Negron. Kimbrel a look in to Laird, who has caught the entire night. And how about that? Negron not going to back down. He'll take the walk from Kimbrel, and the Reds will have a tying run coming to the plate. Skip Schumacher to bat for the pitcher Manny Parra, who right now is a pitcher of record for the Reds. He goes an inning and a third, allows a hit, and it was a big one. A 2-run home run to Justin Upton in the top of his 12th inning. He walked 2 and allowed the 2 runs. Two away for Schumacher. And it's taken high, ball 1. Negron taking second base. And Laird coming out to visit with Kimbrel.
All right, buddy, let's stop playing around here. Let's get serious. I got a guy out at second. Stop fooling around. Veteran catchers won't hesitate to tell you that in a hurry. Let's go.
Schumacher. Pretty good success against Craig Kimbrel in his career. 3 hits in 7 at-bats. That's got to be one of the best batting averages in either league against this Atlanta closer, one would imagine. And now Kimbrel ahead of him after falling behind 1-0. He's come back since the visit from his catcher Laird and delivered a pair of strikes. Runner at second, 2 out, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Game over. Reds have lost 7 in a row. Final count tonight, a night in which they have 2 base hits. Billy Hamilton gets both of them. They fall by a count of 3-1. And as promised, our Miller time moment. Well, what else would it be? The home run by Justin Upton. It came with Freeman aboard, who had drawn a walk in front of him. And the red-hot Upton. And the resurgent Braves all of a sudden starting to play much better after a lengthy spell of having a hard time winning games. Walk out of here 3-1 the final. It is time for Reds Live, the post-game version, coming up next. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.